God. YouTube is giving me trouble, guys. YouTube is giving me some trouble right now. YouTube's giving me big trouble. Sorry about this, guys. The YouTube streaming platform is so shit. Guys, if you're watching on YouTube, please can you let me know in the chat if it's working? It is a fucking nightmare, man. Honestly. I fucking hate YouTube. They really, honestly, man, their streaming platform is a joke compared to Twitch. So fucking buggy. Anyway, nice one, Sean. Cheers, dude. Cheers, mate. Nice one. What's up, Heya? Cheers, mate. What's up, Jack? What's up, Sean? Nice one, Jax. What's up, guys? Alright, cool. We're off. Sorry about that, boys. Basically, yeah, YouTube is just really buggy. We did start on time, but it was actually broadcasting to a completely different stream, which it created itself, which was a little bit annoying. But we're back now. We're all good. Alright, what is up, guys? Let's go. And I'm just going to draw in just a little line by there. Okay. And what is up, everyone? Hope you're all having a good day. In this stream, we're going to be researching the fight between Jan Blachowicz and Israel Adesanya. If we take a look at this fight at the moment, let's get these odds going. And let's take a look. So currently, I'm very surprised by the odds on Adesanya. I did think he'd be a much bigger favourite than this. If you shop around, you can get him at about 1.44 at the moment, which seems pretty outrageous. 1.44 minus 227 for an implied probability of 69%. And if we take a look at the odds on Blachowicz, currently around about, I would say, average odds are about 2.90, which is plus 190 for an implied probability of 34%. So obviously the big X factor in this matchup is this is Adesanya's first fight at light heavyweight, but I don't really put any kind of significance on that. If anything, I think it could help Adesanya. We know from the study conducted in Fightnomics that in terms of size, the only real important thing that should be measured is wingspan. And so if we look at Adesanya's wingspan, he's 6'4" with an 80-inch reach, which actually makes him bigger, or in terms of wingspan, you know, longer than Blachowicz. So I don't think the move up for Adesanya is really going to cause him much trouble here. He's also got youth on his side. Adesanya's only 31 years old, so he's going to be improving from fight to fight. Whereas Blachowicz at 38 years old, you'd expect him to be declining from fight to fight. And so, you know, Father Time's going to come knocking for Blachowicz soon enough. And like I say, he's put in a few shitty performances over the last few years. Didn't look good against Jacare. Didn't look good against Thiago Santos. So I think that Father Time is already kind of knocking on Jan's door. Israel, on the other hand, you know, moving up to light heavyweight, probably going to be a really good move for him because he's absolutely huge. And I have noticed, man, his last few weigh-ins, he has been looking like a skeleton on the scales. So, you know, it probably good timing for Adesanya to move up. And I think he's going to do really well at 205. Yeah, Jack's Twitch is a lot better, dude. People don't want to watch me on Twitch, so it's really weird. The live streams on YouTube always get much higher views, which is really weird. Alright, what is up, guys? What's up, Artemeus? Good to see you, mate. What's up, Monkey Business? Good to see you, man. What is up, Hypen? What's up, Joey? What's up, Robinson? What's up? Yeah, we got the cards here, Martin. Here they are, dude. I was thinking, though, It would be because we all because everyone enjoyed opening the cards up the other night. I thought we'll wait until everyone's online. So I know there's some Pokemon fans. I will wait, and when everyone's online, we'll open that up later. I was trying. I've actually got. I read online that this stuff is pretty can be pretty good at cleaning cards without damaging the card. So I was trying to clean Gyarados last night. It's a little less sticky, to be fair, but you can still definitely feel the glue residue on it. So that obviously that didn't work for anyone who's curious. It's an American product, so I had to buy it off Amazon. Took a little while to come, but anyway, let's get into this fight. So X Factor's done. Where's Blachowicz training? We know Izzy's obviously training at City Kickboxing. Jan trains at, I forget the name of the team, somewhere in Poland. Begins with an O, right? Forget the name of the team, but with some Ankos MMA. Is that the name of the gym? His gym, Ankos MMA. I think it's Ankos, with a bunch of guys from KSW. Just very surprised by these odds, man. Super surprised. I really want to get in on, or I really wanted to research this fight ASAP, because I feel that these odds are quite precarious. Like, we could wake up tomorrow and Izzy's down at like 1.36, 1.33, which is probably where he should be. But anyway, let's get into watching some footage. So we could get through his last fight, Izzy's last fight, pretty quick at about 9 minutes. And then if we watch Blachowicz Reyes, I'm really interested to see exactly what happened in that matchup, because it was such a bad stylistic matchup for Jan against Reyes. I just kind of want to see exactly how Reyes ended up losing that, because it was a strange one. It was a very surprising outcome, especially when you consider how bad Blachowicz looked against Jacare and Santos. And if you look at the timeline, there was only like 10 months between the Jacare and Reyes fight. There was only 18 months between the Santos and Reyes fight. And like I say, 38-year-olds very rarely improve, especially 38-year-olds with over 30 pro fights. It's not like it's not like Daniel Cormier, right? When Daniel Cormier first came into the sport, in his mid-30s, late 30s, he was young in his MMA career. Jan's not young in his MMA career. He's been fighting since 2007. So unlikely this guy improves. So I really want to drill into that Dominic Reyes fight and see exactly where shit went wrong. Okay, we'll leave Bitcoin up in the background just for something to look at. And I am short on Bitcoin today, so up about 5% on this nice move. For anyone interested, I wouldn't actually recommend jumping in on this trade. We made some nice money trading on stream yesterday. This one's a little bit more dangerous though. This one's a little bit more dangerous because price is right down at this 55 EMA, which is bounce territory. So this is not a good entry for you to tail this one. I would not recommend tailing this, and I really don't like this trade, which is why I'm only using 5x leverage instead of 10x leverage. But having said that, I'm up about 8% now on this dump, which is very nice. But yeah, don't tail it. But just for full transparency, I know some of you guys are interested in the trades I take every day. We're short on Bitcoin today. Okay, so alrighty then, let's get into the first fight. We will start with the Costa fight. I think it'll be a really good baseline. And of course, I was looking today at our results, and Adesanya has been a bit of a money train for us. Let's take a look. So if we take a look at We just move this countdown clock over there. I'm just waiting for the fight to load up, and I'll drop the link in for you guys. If we look at Adesanya, we've bet on a lot of Adesanya's fights. So first time I bet on an Adesanya fight, made a huge mistake, taking Brad Tavares as an underdog. Just basically on the premise that when Adesanya fought Tavares, he'd never really fought a strong grappler, and or someone that would really test his takedown defense like Tavares could. So I thought, oh, you know what, underdog odds, maybe Tavares can contest his takedown defense because of how shaky Adesanya's takedown defense had looked in his early UFC fights. Can't remember who it was. It was against Rob Wilkinson, right? Rob Wilkinson got him down a couple times. Vettori didn't try to get him down, but when I saw how much trouble Rob Wilkinson caused Adesanya in round 1, I thought, oh, do you know what? Have a little shot on Tavares at dog odds. Never made that mistake again. And obviously we've bet Izzy in his last 3 fights, and he's come through for us in a big way. And I'll say something pretty strong right now. I will say that if we look at Adesanya's recent fights, he's fought Borrachina, Romero, Whittaker, Gastelum, Anderson Silva, Vettori. I would say that Yan is probably an easier fight than all 6 of those guys. He's a tougher fight than Wilkinson, Tavares and Brunson. But I do think Vettori, Silva because of Silva's trickiness. So Vettori, Silva, Gastelum, Whittaker, Romero and Costa. I would say they're tougher opponents than Yan. Just going off memory. Only because Yan tends to fight with his hands low and throws single strikes. Single shots, which I'm sure we're going to see a lot of here. And a lot of these guys, posed a threat to Izzy when it came to grappling, whereas we know Blachowicz doesn't have any offensive wrestling and he's quite a low level on the ground. Blachowicz is also one of these guys that when he does use a little bit of grappling, he tends to burn himself out and gas. So even if he did, take Adesanya down, cause him some problems on the ground, he'd likely burn himself out. And we've seen Adesanya's really, really hard to hold down. Guy pops back up to his feet like a fucking spring. Okay, so sync this one up for me, guys. Drop the link in everywhere now. Sync it up. Let's get this going. Sync it up, guys. Sync it up, guys. Sync it up. Sync it up, guys. While you sync it up, let's catch up with the comments. There is one more X factor that I want to address before we go into watching some footage, actually. So, obviously, a big thing I'm seeing online, like a big part of the narrative online, is Yan's power. Everyone's talking about Yan's power, right? So, obviously, we're going to get a good look at Yan's power when we start researching the footage. But just for context, I just want to give my thoughts on the whole Yan power situation, because the way people are talking about Jan Blachowicz as if he's some like Francis Ngannou, fucking Dan Henderson type dude. I've never really looked at Jan Blachowicz as being a power puncher or that dangerous with his strikes. So let me explain. If we look at Blachowicz's record, he's had around 35 pro fights. If we go back through his record, he knocked out Corey Anderson. If we look at how many fights he stopped with strikes, right, not necessarily knockouts. So Reyes, Anderson, Rockhold, that's 3. Latifi, that's 4. Probably include that one because it was a corner stoppage, that's 5. There's 1 there, 6. And that's it. The rest is submissions and decisions, right? So from my perspective, Jan Blachowicz is a striker, right? Doesn't really have much of a ground game. I know there'll probably be some people on YouTube that will say, Jan's a Blachowicz. Jan's a black belt. This is true, he is a black belt, but not all black belts are created equal. And when you look at Blachowicz on the ground, he is pretty bad. So Jan Blachowicz is primarily a striker. Throughout his career, he's wanted to keep fights standing, and the majority of his time in the UFC has been in stand-up fights, right? I don't think winning 6 fights with strikes in a 35 fight pro career is that impressive. I just don't. I don't see Jan as that dangerous standing. I just don't. I don't think winning 6 fights by strikes in a 35 fight career as a striker indicates that you're particularly dangerous. On top of that, if we look at his finishes in the UFC, he's finished Dominic Reyes, fucking legit, man. Those body kicks he was landing on Reyes, devastating. He crushed Reyes' nose. More power to Jan. But Corey Anderson's made of glass. Luke Rockhold's made of glass. And he folded Ilir Latifi with a body kick. I'm not being funny, but Latifi is hardly a bastion of durability. He went the distance with Jimmy Manuwa. We know Jimmy Manuwa was made of glass, and Manuwa was never in trouble. He went the distance with Igor Prokrayak, who, was pretty old and beat up by the time they fought. Went the distance with Anderson, as made of glass. Went the distance with Patrick Cummins, who gets rock dropped, wobbled, and knocked out in every fight. Went the distance again with Manuwa, that's really chinny. So it's like, went the distance with Jacare, who's 40 years old. Got completely outstruck and dominated by Thiago Santos. We'll watch that fight today. So I just wanted to kind of get that out of the way, because a lot of people are like, I think Jan's going to knock Adesanya out. And I'm like, maybe, it's fucking MMA. Anything can happen. But what I will say is, Jan hasn't looked that dangerous in his MMA career to me. And Israel Adesanya has never been knocked out in MMA. I understand he's been knocked out in kickboxing, but he's never been knocked out in MMA. So if Jan is the first guy to do it at 38 years old, more power to him, and congratulations and well played. But at 38 years old, you're unlikely to get better. You're more likely to get worse. And Jan hasn't looked that dangerous throughout his career. We'll obviously learn a lot from the Reyes fight, but I do think Jan knocking Adesanya out is quite unlikely, which means outstriking him is, really unlikely if we think about it. Joey McBride saying Jan's got a ton of power, but I think Reyes was just super passive. He looked different that fight for some reason. Joey McBride is saying 6 out of 35 is not good and does show your point very well. But his last few, he's had some KOs. I do agree it has been overhyped potentially. I just think that, what I would say about Jan is sometimes the stars just align for a fighter. So, a really good example would be Volkan Oezdemir. When Volkan Oezdemir first came into the UFC, he was just like knocking motherfuckers out left, right, and centre. And it used to drive me crazy back then, because people were so high on Oezdemir and they talked about him being a future champion. But for anyone that had watched Oezdemir's fights just before he came into the UFC, and his fight in his debut against OSP where he looked really flat, you would have seen that he's tough, he's a tricky opponent, but he's not that dangerous. And if we look at Volkan Oezdemir's record, he came in, picked up some really impressive wins early on, some really big finishes early on, but these fights here just gave you the clue that Oezdemir wasn't as dangerous as people thought he was. And then obviously when he fought Daniel Cormier, he was rushed into that fight against Cormier way too soon and got found out. And since that Cormier fight, he hasn't looked that dangerous. Anthony Smith isn't very good. We've seen how bad Smith struggled lately. Didn't really put Reyes in any danger. Latifi gassed out in round 2 and then move up to heavyweight. Didn't look that dangerous against Rakic. We'll watch that fight later on when we research Rakic versus Santos. But obviously, it's one of those situations where he barely landed a clean, hard punch on Rakic in 15 minutes. And then, dropped Prochazka a couple times, but got knocked out. So I would compare what Jan is going through right now as what we saw with Volkan, where all the stars aligned for them in a condensed period of time and the cards fall in their favour. But if we ignore the results on paper and actually look at the skills displayed in the octagon, not great overall. You know, if we're weighing in how Yan looked against Santos and Jacare. And also, obviously, understanding, you know, his 2 knockout wins in his last 5 fights have come against guys notoriously chinny. You know what I mean? So I just wanted to kind of go through that, I guess. Just go through that and just kind of set our stall out before we get into it. So, Sungji is saying Yan has super predictable striking patterns. He threw the same combination over and over and over again against Reyes. Reyes, through inexperience, couldn't adjust to it. Izzy definitely will. Well said, Sung. I like the way you worded that, mate. Well said. I also feel the same. Yan fights with his hands low and just loads up on single strikes. I just can't see that causing, can't see it causing Izzy a problem. Let's take a look over at Twitch. What is up, Rivers of Red? Good to see you, mate. Good to see you, dude. I love the joke, the Rogan, the Rogan emojis. Need to design some more, man. Appleman is saying Yan's poor defensively too. Well said, dude. Well said. And Appleman's brought up a really good point. Appleman said that light heavyweights in general suck. This is why I think, obviously that's a strongly worded thing to say, but I do get what Appleman is saying. Appleman is kind of trying to, I think, say that there aren't many elite fighters at light heavyweight, and I would agree with him. When you see guys like Anthony Smith in the title picture, it kind of shows how thin the division is, and that's why I think Israel Adesanya is going to do so well, because Izzy is so good at everything. I just don't see many guys in that light heavyweight division really causing him trouble from like a technical point of view. The only thing I'm worried about with Izzy is if he is undersized for light heavyweight. Obviously he's got the wingspan for light heavyweight, but if he struggles to deal with the physicality at light heavyweight, but I don't think he will, because, you know, Anthony Smith made the move up and has looked just fine. You know, Thiago Santos made the move up from middleweight to light heavyweight, looked just fine, and Adesanya is just as big as Santos and Anthony Smith. You know what I mean? Like, we all think about Santos as this big, strong, physically imposing wrecking ball at 205. But Santos only moved up to light heavyweight recently. He was a middleweight for the majority of his career. So I don't think the jump for Izzy up to light heavyweight is going to be as bad as people make out. A lot of the guys that have moved up from middleweight to 205 have done just fine. And I think Romero's going to look really good when he moves up to 205 in Bellator as well. And he'll probably be all the Mexican supplements that he can get back on. You know what I'm saying? He's bound to... He is bound to enjoy the more laid back drug test in Bellator, I would imagine. Invisible Man is saying Yan is actually good at checking kicks, and that is a big part of Adesanya's game. Yan is a bigger guy power-wise, and he is a black belt on the ground. Oh, man, please, can we just agree not to bring up the black belt on the ground thing anymore? Trust me, guys, not all black belts are created equal. I don't know where Yan got his black belt from, but Yan is very, very, very average on the ground. Trust me, guys, trust me. A black belt doesn't tell the whole story. I just honestly can't see Yan being able to do anything to Izzy on the ground. The same narrative has been floating around when you know, Izzy fought Whittaker, Gastelum. Not all black belts are created equal, and Izzy's very difficult to take down, very difficult to hold down. Andy Man is saying Izzy will treat this fight like the Romero fight and simply outbox Yan from the outside. Yeah, I think you're right, mate. I agree, dude. The thing about Yan is Yan's very stiff, upright and rigid. In order to take a guy like Adesanya down, you've got to get in on his hips and legs and upset his balance, and Yan just doesn't have the athleticism to do that. He stands very upright. You know, in order to take someone like Izzy down, you've got to driving deep on his hips and his legs. And yeah, Matern is just basically summarising the point I was trying to make about black belts, right? And it's a mistake a lot of people make. You know, people high on fighters like Bia Malecki because they read on their Wikipedia page that, you know, she's a world champion in Muay Thai. It doesn't mean anything. It does not mean anything. Like Matern said, focus on skills in the octagon. And, you know, Yan might be fucking... You know, Yan might look like Gordon Ryan in the gym. His Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu might be outstanding, but from what I've seen from Yan in the octagon, his ground game is very, very primitive. Okay. Alright, that's Twitch caught up on. Let's take a look at the YouTubes. What's up, everybody on YouTube? What's up, Mac Langley? So, I'll be dropping a breakdown video on YouTube for the Aljo versus Yan fight tomorrow. But, I researched Aljo versus Yan yesterday, so going into research, I was quite high on Aljamain Sterling. I heavily leaned towards Aljamain Sterling. After research, I'm planning to bet Peter Yan. It was one of those fights where I went into the research session with a strong opinion, and what I saw in the footage completely changed my mind. So I am all aboard the Peter Yan train now. What's up, Jack the Ripper, dude? I'll explain why I'm on Yan in tomorrow's video, basically. So, hold tight for that. What's up, Jack the Ripper? Chris Nelson saying, Allsop, what is your take on calf kicks? Should they be banned? No, mate, definitely not. If you can kick someone in the nose, you should be allowed to kick them in the leg as well, in my opinion, mate. Jax is saying, Twitch is really hard when you have low viewers. It's very hard for people to find the channel if they're not looking for you. Yeah, it is a bit annoying, man. Twitch is just from like a streamer point of view, Twitch is just a lot easier to use than YouTube's. But you guys don't give a fuck about that. It's not your problem. I get it. Jay Holt saying, I think Yan's much more dangerous than Costa. I strongly disagree, mate. I strongly disagree. Yan is more dangerous over a 25-minute period, but in that early stage of the fight, Costa's a fucking nightmare. Yeah, guy, I see a lot of people calling me out on saying that Yan is good on the ground. We're just going to have to agree to disagree on that one, guys. Grappling's kind of my jam, man. I do feel quite confident in my ability to gauge a fighter's MMA grappling. And for anyone that is kind of interested in why I do not rate Yan's grappling at all, I would say go and check out this fight. So these two fights here and this fight will basically help you see why Yan's MMA grappling is complete trash. I'm sure, like I say in the training room, his Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu is fantastic, but actually in MMA fights, he's pretty low level on the ground from an MMA grappling point of view. Rami's saying that Blachowicz has changed camps, and that's the reason why he started knocking guys out. Could be, dude. Could be. Ribis Finn saying, watch Dan Hardy's analysis of his ground game. The thing about Dan Hardy is, I absolutely love Dan Hardy, right? Dan Hardy is... Do you know what? Dan Hardy is one of the only people whose opinion on fights I actually respect, because most people sharing their opinions on fights on YouTube, like 99.9% of them, don't actually watch footage. They just talk from hazy memories. So I love Dan Hardy's breakdowns. I love his content. I think Dan Hardy's one of the best in the games. One of the best in the game. But what I do notice about Dan Hardy, and this is not a knock on Hardy at all, because I think he's an incredible person, fighter, analyst. I think he's the best. He knows 10 times more about MMA than I'll ever know. Dan Hardy's one of my favourite fighters as well. But what I will say about Hardy is, when he's making his breakdown videos, he is trying to create an entertainment product where he is trying to make the fight appear as competitive as possible. So what Hardy will do a lot of the time is he'll cut out clips or specific moments from fights, and he will overanalyze that small, moment within a fight and break that down to maybe make fights appear more competitive than they actually are. So what I would say is, an example would be, say for example there's a clip of a fighter doing something really well in a moment in a fight. He will take that moment, he will analyze it, and he will then portray that moment as being reflective of how a fighter would perform over, an entire fight, a 15, 25 minute period. So say for example, in one of Jan's 10 fights in the UFC, he's shown flashes of doing something really good on the ground. Hardy will take that clip, analyze it to death, and then, portray it as reflecting Jan's overall ground game. In the same way that maybe, for example, you look at a guy like Alex Caceres, right? Generally speaking, Alex Caceres' takedown offense is quite shaky. However, Alex Caceres or Jermaine Durandame is a very good example. These are fighters who generally look like they have pretty solid takedown defense, but fighters like Alex Caceres or Jermaine Durandame have a lot of moments of complacency where they take their eye off the ball, they make a mistake, they don't address the takedown, and they give up a really weak takedown. Caceres actually did this last weekend in round 2, right? His takedown defense looked absolutely bulletproof in round 1. Great balance, did a really good job of clearing his legs from underneath Kroom, made sure to dig underhooks, really, really early when Kroom was trying to drop levels and get in on his legs. Caceres did a really good job of using the cage as a base to defend the takedown. But then in round 2, Kroom came forward to tie him up and shoot a takedown. And instead of Caceres doing what he did throughout the whole of round 1 to completely shut down Kroom's offensive wrestling, instead of just digging for underhooks, clearing his legs so that Kroom can get in on his legs and take him down, Caceres threw a knee in the clinch and got taken down in round 2, and Kroom had a bit of top control. The point I'm trying to make is I could pick out clips of that Alex Caceres versus Kevin Kroom fight, and I could play you footage of Caceres which would make you think that Alex Caceres has some of the greatest takedown defense you've ever seen. I could clip different parts of Caceres' fights together to make his takedown offense look better than Jose Aldo's. But the reality is, if you watch Caceres on the whole and you evaluate his overall skill set and what he brings to the table, we know that Caceres' takedown, it's all right. There's nothing majorly wrong with it, but it's not great. And I would say the same about Jan. He's had 10 fights in the UFC. There's going to be moments in his fights where he's looked okay on the ground, and you could take those moments and you can make him look great. But on the whole, just from me to you, for someone that actually does this for a living, just take my word for it, Jan Blachowicz's MMA grappling isn't great, and there's not really anything he's going to be able to do on the ground to cause Izzy a problem. Not only is there not much he can do on the ground to cause Izzy a problem, I don't even think he has the offensive wrestling to get the fight to the ground in the first place. If he does, he definitely doesn't have the grappling control to hold Izzy down. And even if he could hold Izzy down, if you go back and watch Blachowicz's fights that have involved a lot of grappling, Blachowicz is a kickboxer. He doesn't have grappler's cardio. Kickboxing cardio, grappler's cardio is very different. So what you'll notice about Blachowicz's past fights is, in his fights where he's been forced to grapple a lot, he slows down a lot. He doesn't have grappler's cardio, which is why you rarely see Blachowicz try to take his opponents down, because he doesn't want to burn himself out. So we can just move on from that now. And you take my word for it. If not, we'll have to agree to disagree. But these are just my observations, man. So I thought we'll cover that in a lot of detail. I wanted to go into the power thing as well, just because I think that... So Dale's saying, we're going to have to move on, or some of these YouTube comments, we're going to have to move on, or this stream's going to be a long one. Dale 1G is saying power's the last thing to go, mate. It is, but the point I was making earlier in the stream is Jan's never really had that power in the first place. So for him to start to develop these new things at 38 years old, it's just unlikely. Remember, Jan Blachowicz, 6 stoppages due to strikes in 35 pro fights. That doesn't scream of someone with major power. So it is the last thing to go, but you'd have to have it in the first place. Remember, Jan's finishes recently, 2 of his last 3, fucking Rockhold and Anderson. People, what I find funny about the MMA community is people love to make fun of Rockhold for being made of glass until it comes to a guy like Blachowicz, and then they use knockouts against guys made of glass as justification for making questionable reads. Very interesting. Will A is saying, I've got Peter Yan by murder. Odds are great. Pepe Lotus saying Yan is going to win for sure. I definitely lean Yan. Jax, Yan's odds are improving at the moment, so I'm in no rush to bet him. So anyway. And Rybus is bringing up a really good point. So Rybus, I'm not too sure how to pronounce your name, mate. It's Rybus Rethinking. But he's saying the fights that you are judging Yan on are when Yan was with his immature team and had shitty wrestling. That may be the case, dude. You know what I mean? 100% you could be right. But from my perspective, all I'm trying to do is make the best decision possible with the information we've got available. So you could be completely right, but I'm just trying to make the logical decision based on the info we have. So if I look at someone like Jan Blachowicz, right, and I go, okay, this guy has demonstrated shit grappling against Corey Anderson, Alexander Gustafsson, and Patrick Cummins. He's switched camps since then, and since then his win rate has definitely improved, okay? So maybe Blachowicz's grappling has improved since he switched gyms. However, he's 38 years old. So at what point is he going to start to look 38 years old? And realistically, I don't feel any of his fights in the last sort of... I don't feel any of these fights since the Cummins fight have really showed us that Blachowicz has improved his grappling. Show me the footage. It's okay saying these things. It's okay being some dude that just drops random comments in YouTube. But actually, give me specific moments in fights to back your point up. Because that's what I'm doing. When I'm making points, I'm backing it up with cold, hard facts. So give me points. Get to back up what you're saying. Because if you're saying that a submission win over Devin Clark and Nikita Krylov are signs that Blachowicz has improved his grappling, I would literally tell you to go fuck yourself. Because Clark, as we know, is extremely flaky on the ground. Clark's one of these guys that if you put him in a bad position, he will look for a way out. We've seen him submitted by Anthony Smith, completely quit against Anthony Smith. I know that Devin Clark was a JUCO national wrestling champ in wrestling. However, you put Clark in a bad position on the ground and he panics and looks for a way out. That's why we've seen him, just really, really struggle if you put him on his back and in bad positions. That doesn't tell me dick. Same goes for Nikita Krylov, right? If you look at Nikita Krylov's performance against Johnny Walker, he looked like an absolute joke on the ground. Kept giving up position, gassed out after 6 or 7 minutes. Didn't really do much damage from top position. So I need facts. I'm a busy guy and I like to deal in facts, not bullshit. And come to me with info, but you gotta back it up with facts, man. Otherwise, it doesn't mean anything. Show is saying, what do you think of a Yan versus Sterling and Adesanya versus Yan over 1.5 parlay? It comes to minus 100. Is it safe bet? That's not bad. I do actually quite like that, mate. I do quite like that. Yan is a really slow starter, so it'll take it a while to get going. I think it will take a while for that Yan and Sterling fight to pick up, so that's likely to go over 1.5 rounds with how slow Yan starts. And we know Adesanya, like someone said earlier on, Adesanya's strategy that he used against Romero, where he just kind of stays on the outside and chips away at his opponent, right? That could be an effective style against Yan, in which case, that one should start pretty slow too. Plus, for all of Yan's weaknesses, we know he's tough as nails, right? And Izzy does take a little bit of time to warm up. Jack the Ripper is saying, how do you know if the odds will improve? So it's a good question, man. It's really, really hard to know how the odds will move. It's basically impossible. But you can gain some insight. So if you go to bestfightodds.com, I will just drop a link in the YouTube view there, dude. You can see that where you've got all the odds for all the fights. See all these arrows? So that just shows you in which direction the odds are moving on each site. So then if you click this little graph here, you can see that last week Adesanya was around about 1.36, 1.37, and ever since his odds have been improving. Now, what might happen is, you know, what we're basically doing right now, right? Where, you know, Izzy's odds have improved to the point where they're starting to get a little bit crazy. And we start to get interested in betting him, and then obviously, you know, if a lot of people start betting Adesanya, his odds may start to decline. So it's impossible to know how the odds will move, but this site is good for giving you an idea of which way the odds are moving. Hopefully that helps, mate. But yeah, it's pretty impossible to know which way they'll move, but at the moment we can see they're improving on Izzy. Hey, what's up, Maceo? Good to see you, mate. Liam Edmondson is saying, your thoughts on the affordability checks that the government are trying to bring in. You reckon they'll happen, and do you think it will take away a lot of the dumb money on the exchanges? It's very scary, Liam, mate, and I'm hoping it doesn't happen. It is super scary, super scary. For anyone that's wondering what Liam's talking about, basically in the UK, they're revising the Gambling Act, where they're thinking of basically introducing affordability checks, where you will have to basically prove, I don't even know, like they haven't actually said how they're gonna do it, but they're either gonna set out like a mandatory limit on how much you could lose per month. So for example, I've even heard amounts as low as £100 a month being discussed. So as soon as you were to lose £100 in a month, you wouldn't be able to bet anymore, or you would have to kind of prove your income in some way, and then the betting site would have to have some kind of mechanism to work out how much you're allowed to gamble with. It sounds like a fucking nightmare, man, and I'm really hoping it doesn't happen. Yeah, I think you could be right there, YOLO, mate. I was saying this in the chat room earlier on that most people that bet on MMA don't do it until, you know, the day of the fights or the Friday, right? So that could be one of the reasons why Izzy's odds are like this, because most people that are going to bet on this card are not even thinking about betting it now. It's only us hardcores, right, on the front lines that are thinking about this now, but most people will just wake up Friday or Saturday, look at the odds, and then the money will start to come in. I will say this, you do see a lot of dumb money on these big pay-per-views, and I will say this, there are a lot of fighters that I'm heavily leaning towards on this card, and all of their odds are improving, which is the opposite of what usually happens. On a regular fight night card, the odds decline on all the fighters I'm leaning towards. So the fact that the odds are improving on all the fighters I'm leaning towards is it could be a sign that either I'm a fucking idiot or there's a lot of dumb money flying around on this card. It usually dumb money on these big pay-per-views. Reese Tomlinson, is this going to stay on YouTube for me to watch later on, mate? It's not, dude, but you could check it out on my website. If you go to MMABettingTips.com, all the fight research live streams get posted to my website after. The reason why I don't put these fight research streams onto my YouTube channel is because nobody really likes them. Like, people don't want to watch a 2-3 hour long video just on one fight. So the kind of like the analytics and the stats for that video are really, really bad, which then hurts my YouTube channel because YouTube doesn't promote the actual breakdown videos that people want to see. So it actually slows the growth down. That's why I don't put these live streams onto YouTube. Once they're done, they're kind of done. But I do post them on my website for anyone that's interested. Nice one, Jack, mate. Brian L is saying, I'm not confident Jan will be able to handle Aljo's wrestling and grappling. I think Jan is going to deal just fine with Aljo's wrestling and grappling, dude. I'll talk about that in more detail in the breakdown video. But Jan's defensive wrestling is pretty fucking good, man. And Aljamain Sterling, the physicality that Aljamain's grappling really falls off a cliff after round 1. What I would say is, if you guys are interested, if you guys can't wait for my breakdown video for that, or you want to kind of fact check me yourself, I would urge you to go and take a look at the difference between Aljamain's grappling in the first round of this fight here, and this fight here, and also this fight here, even this fight here. Go look at the difference between Aljamain's grappling in round 1 and round 2. It's completely different. If you look at Aljamain's grappling in round 1, he's very physically imposing, strong, lots of drive on his takedown entries. He looks a lot flatter into the second and third round, and that could be a real problem against Jan, because I don't see Aljamain winning a kickboxing match past the first round. I think Sterling can cause Jan big trouble in round 1 with his grappling, but past round 1, I don't think the Jan has too much to worry about with Sterling's grappling past the first round. YOLO 420. Will the Twitch videos stay up? No, mate. If you want to watch basically the way my website works is, I post all of the fight research live streams on my website, and I also record like a 10-minute breakdown video for every fight on the card. So if you want that content, check out MMABettingTips.com. It's all on there, man. All right, we probably got everything. Probably got Twitch comments, got website comments. What have we got, guys? How Bitcoin doing? How's my trade going? We're up about 13%. Oh my god, didn't expect to be up 13%. I might just take profit here. Because I don't want to get greedy. Let me just check this trade. I didn't expect to do this well on this trade, if I'm completely honest with you. I'm guessing the stock market's taking a bit of a kick in if Bitcoin's down 4%, right? Oh yeah, this is pretty nasty. This is pretty nasty. Could be a third lower high there. For anyone who's watched my YouTube video I dropped on the stock market last week, you'll know how nasty this is. Double top, lower high, double top, lower high. Stock market could be about to get gangbanged. Even there. Is that a new high? Just about. Maybe not. Maybe not actually. Could be a lower high there on Bitcoin as well, which would be pretty nasty. Lower highs for everybody. Everybody gets a lower high. Everybody gets big, old, fucking red candles in their face. But I'm going to take profit here so I can focus on... I'm going to exit this trade so I can focus on you guys and this stream. I'm out. Okay. Up 13% though. Not bad. Not bad for like an hour's work, eh? Not bad. Appleman saying, not a stats guy, but Aljamain has only completed 6 takedowns since he fought Hayden Barrow. And there of those 6, and 3 of those 6 were against Cody Stamann, who also took him down twice. Just not an effective wrestler. Fucking shout out to Appleman. Do you know what, Appleman? You drop major knowledge, dude. You're here for the vast majority of my live streams, and you drop major knowledge, dude. So thank you very much, mate. That's a really cool stat. I didn't realise that Sterling had been that ineffective with his wrestling. You've put into really good numbers for us. But yeah, I have just not been that impressed by Sterling's offensive wrestling at all. So nice one for dropping knowledge, Appleman, dude. It's similar to Blachowicz, right? It's easy to say Blachowicz is dangerous and he's got knockout power. Show me evidence. There's not that much evidence of it, right? Anderson Rockall made a glass. He crushed Reyes' nose and then finished him with strikes. I'm happy for him. But the proof is in the pudding, man. Proof is in the performances. And it's the same with Aljo. His offensive wrestling just hasn't looked good past the first round. In round 1, Aljamain's a nightmare. He's so strong, so physically imposing, so much drive on his takedown entries. If you make it out of round 1 against Aljo, he's in big trouble. Because he's just too flat. There's a real flatness to his grappling. Colin Brown, did you end up making money on the Munoz fight, mate? We did, mate. We did. I live bet Munoz I live bet Munoz literally a minute into the fight. It was very early on. Well, actually, maybe it wasn't a minute. I know there's going to be some of my my live betting group in here. Boys, let me know. Taz was with me in live betting. Sean was with me. JB, how early into the fight did we bet Munoz? It was pretty early, right? And we also hit. It's brilliant, my website's down. There we go. And we also bet Munoz in the lab as well. So we did have a little bit of money on Mr. Munoz. Nothing major, although it was a very, very, very nice live bet because we got him at dog odds. So that was very sweet. Very, very nice. What have we got? Oh, is everyone here? Hey, we need Matern, Spiz, JB. And then we can do it. We can do it, boys. Here it is. Should we whip it open? Is Matern, JB, and Spiz here? Let me know. Matern, JB, and Spiz. If you're all here, boys, we're going to open this motherfucker up right now. Let me know. That's it, Taz. Before the bookies knew what the fuck was up. That's right, dude. Yeah, looks like we got in on Munoz pretty early on. Not 2 minutes in, right? Thing is, if we JB's here, Matern's here, Spiz, is Spiz here? Spiz is there. Let me know, Spiz. We'll open this bitch up now. So yeah, I don't like talking about all our live bets, but I don't mind mentioning just one. Do you know what I mean? If the bookies knew all the live bets we placed, then it would make it easier for them to identify our accounts. But because we had 4 live bets, letting everyone know we live bet Mr. Munoz is not going to be too much of a disaster. Rad Kral Zamku is saying Jan's resume is not as good as Sterling's. Just a little point. Honestly, mate, I put about as much weight on MMA records as I put on what colour shorts the fighters are wearing. I don't really think that means too much, dude. You know, Jan can only beat what's put in front of him, and I'm much more interested in what skills they show, you know. Oh, let's open it up, boys. Here it comes. Japanese Gym Heroes. Let's go. Let's go, boys. So the card we want in this more than anything is a common card, right? Let me just make sure this camera is all good for the boys. There we go. The card we want is a banned card. It's a common card. We want a card called Misty's Tears, which is basically Misty naked. So I don't want to be sleazy or anything like that, but the reason why we want Misty's Tears, where she's naked, is because it is a very, very valuable card because it's banned. So we'll get a picture of this card up and we will see if we can pull that card. This is the one we want. We've got a pretty good chance. Anything less than Misty's Tears and I won't be happy. There it is. This is the card we want. Misty's Tears. PSA 10. PSA 10. Currently going for just under £1,000, which is going to be about... Oh, how much is this sold for, right? Let's not look at how much they're listed for. Let's have a look at how much they're sold for. Okay, there's one there. There it is. There it is. So it's sold for £800. This is the card we want. Misty's Tears. And just for context, because I know that there's going to be a lot of American people watching, if we go to... We put in 800. How much is that in US dollars? About 1,117. So this is the card we want, Misty's Tears. I'll be very, very happy if we could pull this, guys. Let's go. Let's see what we got. Let's go. Jesus Christ, they've packaged this well. I have no idea how to get into it. And I'm not joking. It's like a warranty sticker on it, which I hope means it's not weighed. It might be. I don't care. I'm not here for the hollows anyway. I want Misty's Tears, which is a common card. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. We're in. We're in. We're in. Jesus Christ, this is hard to open. Of course, I'm trying... These cards are like... This set came out in, I think it was 1996. I got my top loaders as well. We'll get shit straight into there. Penny sleeves, top loaders. I came prepared, boys. I came prepared. And yeah, this pack came out. I mean, I can't actually tell you when this came out because the packaging is completely in Japanese. As you see, there's literally no dates in English as far as I can see. Oh no, it is 1995 to 96. There you go. I think you can see there. Camera's not in focus. There you go. 1995 to 96. So what would that make this? That's going to be 25 years old, right? About 25 years old. Jesus Christ, I'm feeling old now. Well, I was just a kid back then. Let's whip this bad boy open. Just getting my top loaders out. Boom. There we go. Top loaders, baby. So miss these tears, boys. Everyone send me some positive vibes. We need that miss these tears. This is the card we want. Let's go. Let's go. Let's see what we got. I don't know what the pack trick is on this, so I'm just going to fucking open it. And there will hopefully be a hollow in here somewhere. But if not, if we can just get a miss these tears, that'll be good enough for me. Shit, these are hard to open, you know. That glue's fused together after 25 years. Sorry about this, boys. Giving me some trouble, man. Oh, there we go. We're in. We're in. We're in. We're in. We're in. We are in. Oh shit, I think I see a hollow. I'm going to be very delicate with this pack. Of course, the quality of Japanese cards is so much higher than English cards. So the probability of you getting very, very high grade on these cards, very nice. We do have a hollow. It's a little bit annoying because the hollow is actually the first card you pull from the top of the pack, which I didn't realise. So we've given away the game already. I'll just show them one by one. So we do have a hollow. I don't think it's amazing. I don't think it's an amazing hollow, but we pulled a Ninetales. Boom, there he is. Ninetales, hollow. Very nice. It's a different design, I think, as well. I don't think this card's in the English set. In terms of, like, potential grade, centering's a little bit off, not going to lie. Centering is a teeny weeny bit off. But very nice. Let's take a look how much this one could be worth, shall we? So it will be... probably not much. I can't see Ninetales being worth too much. But again, these cards are rare as fuck. So there's one there, but that's not graded. We will be getting this graded. This pack fresh. £100. £100 PSA 10. Well, that's half the value of the pack back already. So can't... if it is a PSA 10, it's got a really good chance. Obviously, you guys could probably see by the quality. It's basically perfect. Basically perfect, right? Is it going to focus? Basically perfect. Front and back. No whitening, no scratches. Basically perfect. So it does have a good shot. Centering's a teeny little bit off on the back, but the centering's perfect on the front, which means it's got a pretty good chance of getting a PSA 10 because as long as the front is immaculate, they'll give you a little bit of leeway on the back, and the front is immaculate. Next card up, we have got a Golem. Boom. Golem. And that one is actually perfect. Centering's perfect on the back there. So that's got a great chance of getting PSA 10. I'll whiz through this because I know a lot of people aren't going to give a fuck about these Pokemon cards, but I'll whiz through. We need that Misty's Tears though. We need that Misty's Tears. How much is Golem worth? See, they're so fucking rare. You might not even be able to find one up for sale yet, and we're not going to go on there all day. Okay, next up we have got a Tentacruel. I actually love the design on this card. You got Misty swimming with her Tentacruel. There we go. Now, the other two, these two, I think have got a really good shot of being PSA 10s. This one, I don't think will get a PSA 10. The centering is quite off on the front. Don't know if you can notice, but the border on the right side is a lot thinner than the border on the left side. Don't know if you can see that. The border, like this side, is thinner. So that one probably PSA 9. Card's mint. It's immaculate. It's great condition, but that centering will fuck things up ever so slightly. And we've got about 5 cards left. We better see a fucking Misty's Tears. We got a Misty and a Tentacool. We need to see a Misty's Tears. Boom! We've got, I think this is Poliwhirl. That one, probably PSA 10 as well. Look again on this side here, centering a lot thinner than it is on the other side. That's probably a PSA 9. I don't give a fuck. Just give me a Misty's Tears, man. Just give me a Misty's Tears. All I want is a Misty's Tears. Next up, oh fuck. We got Brock with his Onyx. Boom. These trainer cards on Japanese Gym Heroes are so cool. But it is not a Misty's Tears. And the centering on that's quite bad as well. Centering's quite bad. See where my finger's tapping? The border is thinner than the border on the other side. So that's probably a PSA 9. But I don't really give a fuck. I just want a Misty's Tear. Naked Misty. Come on, we can do it. Next up. Fuck's sake. This one's really annoying. We came close. Misty with a horsey. We really wanted Misty's Tears though. Misty with a horsey. Again, centering's fucked up. This side where my finger's kind of waggling. Border very, very thin. So that one's probably a PSA 9. Not having much luck, although at least the hollow has got a great shot at getting a PSA 10. So there is that. And all these cards will be worth, you know, at least in a PSA 9, I would imagine, like 30, 40 pounds maybe once they're graded. Something like that at worst. Next up, Sand Shrew. Boom. The centering's quite badly off on that on the front, so that's definitely going to be a PSA 9. It's not going to get PSA 10 with centering like that on the front. So disappointing pack so far. This is a load of shit actually. This is one of the worst Gym Heroes packs I've had in a while. Although to be fair, we did have Ninetales, and now that, you know, that's worth about £100. So not the end of the world, but it will take a very long time to get graded. Next up, Primeape. Boom. So like centering. Centering's a lot better on that. That one's actually probably the best condition one we've had so far. So Primeape has got a great chance of getting a PSA 10. Very nice. So back to the PSA 10s. I had a 3 or 4 rough cards there, to be fair. But that one, centering everything, very nice. Next up, we have got Seal. Again, back to good quality cards. As you can see, the centering. Notice how the border, the size of the border is the same all the way round. So perfect centering. Same on the back. That's probably a PSA 10 as well. So, make my money back on the pack for sure. But no Misty's Tears, unfortunately, because there's one card left and it isn't a Misty's Tear. I am very, very disappointed. But the last card is going to be a Staryu. Bam. So loads of water, loads and loads of water Pokemon in that one. That is also absolutely perfect. That's actually the best condition card in the pack. Literally flawless. As you can see, the border the same distance all the way round. Literally to the millimeter, perfect. And same on the back. So if I were a betting man, I would say there's some cards in there which are like definitely PSA 9. Nothing lower than a PSA 9. There are some which are borderline 9s and 10s. I would say this is probably the only card which is 100% going to come back a 10. But the others could go either way. Although those two are pretty good. So anyway, we'll get back to the MMAs. That is it. Japanese Gym Heroes. Bit of a failure. Not going to lie, boys. Not going to lie. Was looking for that Misty's Tears. And we fell short. And it's a bit disappointing. But we'll get back to the MMA now. That fucking sucks. Let's go through quickly. Staryu. Ninetales. Golem. Seal. Mankey. I might have called him Primeape first time round. That's a Mankey. Sandshrew. Don't know the name of this card, but it's Misty with a horsey. Brock with an Onyx. I do like these Japanese Gym Hero trainer cards though. Poliwhirl. And this is, the design on this card's really cool. It is Misty swimming with her tentacruel, but unfortunately not naked Misty on Misty's tears. So yeah, not great. Not great. Paid about £200 for that pack. It's probably going to be worth a little bit more than what I paid for it, but by the time you go through the hassle of sending shit off, getting it graded, selling fees, you know, not a great return. All right then. Okay. Let's go. Okay. Let's skim through the comments. Bam. All right. It's about fuck the comments. It's about time we get into some footage, right? It's about time we go. Does the pack of the Ninetales card look different? No, it's the same, man. They all got the Pocket Monsters design. Yeah, at least we got a hollow, dude. You know what I mean? But yeah, that pack, a little bit of a failure, not gonna lie. Alright, let's go. Let's get back into some fight footage. Okay then. So I don't collect the UFC cards, no LXM. I don't. A lot of people have mentioned they're gonna get into it though. I might do myself, man. I might do myself. Alright, let's get some footage going and jump into this fight. So we'll kick things off by taking a look at Barraquinha and Adesanya. So I'll drop the link in everywhere again. Drop it in. Here we go, guys. Here we go. Haha. Yeah, my wife's not happy with how much I'm spending on Pokemon cards. Could be in some trouble now, boys. Could be in some trouble. Do you know what would piss her off even more? If I actually went onto eBay and bought some more right now. Do you think I should do that? What do you think, boys? Should we go on eBay and actually buy some right now just to piss her off even more? She's giving me shit in the chat. Right, let's get this going then. Sync up round 1 for me, guys, and I might buy some more if she doesn't stay in her lane. What do you think? Right, let's get this going. So sync up round 1 for me. Sync it up. Just buy a few more, right, JB? Do you know what? There's no Japanese gym heroes for sale in the UK at the moment. Anytime they come up for sale, I buy them. There's some auctions on Japanese Team Rocket tomorrow ending in the UK, which I'll be buying. Just for everyone's knowledge, if you try and outbid me, you will lose. I'm a massive fan of Pokemon. There's literally no amount of money you could bid on them cards. I will not be prepared to outbid. I am a fucking psycho when it comes to winning Pokemon card auctions. You will not defeat me. You'll never defeat me. So we'll see if we can pick up some Japanese Team Rocket tomorrow to open on stream. Maybe later in the week. Maybe if I beg the seller to post them out fast, they can get us to us by the end of the week. We can open them. Alright, let's get this next fight going, guys. Sync it up. Get it going in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Let's go, guys. Let's go. So Adesanya came through for us in a really, really big way here against Barraquinha. We bet, I think it was about 3 units on Izzy, right? And he looked absolutely brilliant. Performed really well. And will be interesting to see here how much danger Adesanya was in with Barraquinha's boxing, right? Because from memory, I can't really remember Barraquinha getting near him with his boxing. Izzy did a really good job of making him miss, but I also think Izzy's footwork and movement made it really difficult for Barraquinha to actually let his hands go in the first place. This was a much slower start from Barraquinha than we're used to seeing, right? And by the time Barraquinha did start to want to get going, I think he'd already tired himself out. what I'm really interested in the Reyes versus Blachowicz fight is how Blachowicz was able to hurt Reyes with those big single shots that he loads up on. Because to catch Adesanya with a single shot is so hard because of how well he moves and how he always is reading his opponent. I really want to see exactly what happened to Reyes and where that fight went so wrong. Because you can see here, Adesanya's laser focused on Barraquinha. And every time Barraquinha comes forward to attack him, he's either getting out the way, countering effectively. Look at how focused Izzy is. He's ready for anything Barraquinha can throw at him. Barraquinha trying to throw him off with a showboating, but Adesanya's too disciplined for that. So what I loved about Adesanya's performances against Romero, you know, we know Romero likes to play games, and not once did he fall into the trap. Stayed disciplined, stayed smart, fought really tactical, strategically for those 25 minutes. And it's because Izzy wants to counter-strike, right? He doesn't want to lead the dance here. So right now it's a game of patience where Izzy wants Barraquinha to go first so that he can pick him off and react to what he's doing. And that's why, you know, when Barraquinha starts to play games in the middle of the cage and bait Izzy into losing patience and going first, Izzy's just got that discipline to stick to his game plan and wait for Barraquinha to come to him. And you kind of see there why I think this is going to be a tricky fight for Blachowicz, because as Barraquinha blitzes forward, Adesanya is just not interested in playing that game. He immediately circles away to the point where he's practically running away from Barraquinha, and I think that's what makes this fight tricky for Jan, because of how much slower Jan is covering distance. I just don't see how he's going to be able to catch Izzy with anything or really cause him a problem with his boxing. Let's get it, Joey, mate. What are you having for lunch, dude? Let us know what you're going to have for lunch, mate. Oh, nice, Taz. That is quite an interesting point that Taz is bringing up there. So, you look at the outside left leg of Barraquinha and how much damage he's already wearing. We're only 5 minutes into the fight, and Barraquinha's outside left leg is completely destroyed. Now, you look at the way Jan stands, right? Jan stands very, flat-footed, heavy on the lead leg. Jan is going to be wide open to those leg kicks as well. So, we know Reyes likes to chip away with the leg kicks. It'll be interested to see if Reyes, used the leg kicks against Jan. It'll be interested to see how Jan reacts to those. We know that Thiago Santos likes to use leg kicks as well. So hopefully within these two fights, we may get some reads as to how Jan is likely to deal with those leg kicks. But anyway, let's get into this second round. Sync it up. Starts at 9 minutes and 29 seconds. 9 minutes 29. Invisible Man is saying that Izzy's leg kicks will not be effective against Jan, because Jan's very good at checking leg kicks. Alright guys, let's get this next one going. Check it out guys, let's get it going, sync it up, get it going in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. So after this, I'm really interested to take a look at Yan against Reyes now, because this fight's giving us. Look at how hard Adesanya digs in with that outside leg kick. Literally 5 minutes in, and Barraquinha's left leg's bright red, significant swelling, significant bruising. There's no way you could take that for 5 rounds, right? The amount of damage that Adesanya's been able to inflict in 5 minutes to that outside left leg is quite incredible. And like I say, that could be a highly effective strategy against Yan that does stand heavy on the lead leg. So what's great about the first round here for Izzy is that he's done an enormous amount of damage. He's put money in the bank for later on in the fight, and he hasn't really been in any danger. I can't remember Barraquinha landing a punch, and we're over 6 minutes in now. And a lot of that is to do with the footwork and the head movement of Adesanya. Barraquinha stepping in with a jab. That is one area where I do think Yan poses a bit of a threat to Izzy, right? What we usually see from Izzy, a pattern he usually plays out in his fights, is that he starts very slow, takes time to settle into a rhythm and find his range, and then as soon as he's confident that he's got reads on his opponent that he needs, he starts to get more aggressive. And so what you'll often see from Adesanya is early in a fight, when his opponent comes forward to attack him, he'll just circle away and just not get involved in any exchange. What you'll see then into the second and third round, as he starts to get more confident in his ability to read his opponent, is instead of him circling away, he'll start to plant his feet and look to counter. The Whittaker fight, probably the best example I can think of. Early on, Adesanya was looking to just slip Whittaker's shots and get out the way, and then after about 3 or 4 minutes, he started to really stand his ground and try and catch Whittaker with counters when Whittaker came forward. And we're seeing that here in the first round. When Barraquinha blitzed forward, Adesanya was not interested. He just circled off to his left and had Barraquinha chasing shadows. Whereas here, when Barraquinha is coming forward now, you're seeing Adesanya plant his feet. And I mean, he's orthodox at the moment, but for the most part, he's been southpaw and looking to just plant his feet and fire that straight left right down the pipe and catch Barraquinha with a big counter. So that'll be the window of opportunity for Yan. I think Yan gets absolutely picked apart and chewed up in kickboxing range, but it's that stage in the fight where Adesanya may look to start trying to counter Yan, where maybe Yan, can make Adesanya pay and land something crazy. We saw him, inflict big damage against Rockhold Reyes, in a flash out of nowhere, really, right? Breaking Rockhold's jaw, breaking Reyes' nose. And so, there is danger for Adesanya, man. It's a fucking cage fight. Yan's tough as nails, game as hell. But Adesanya's so good. And realistically, apart from a couple of jabs, Barraquinha's got nowhere near him here in almost 10 minutes. You kind of see it there. Right? So, in round 1, when Barraquinha would blitz forward like that, Adesanya would just circle away. But see it here, in this moment. Now when Barraquinha is coming forward, instead of Adesanya trying to evade Barraquinha's attacks by moving back and circling away, he's looking to plant his feet and do it with head movement instead. And while he's moving his head, he's trying to land a counter punch. If you remember the Whittaker knockout, which we'll probably watch in a little bit, but the Whittaker knockout, every time Whittaker was coming forward and lunging with that big long right hand, Adesanya was just ducking back and then looking to counter. So you see that gear shift from Adesanya. It happened pretty early on against Whittaker, where it's going to be against the individual opponent, right? The individual style as to when Izzy starts to flip that switch. So against Whittaker, we saw him flip that switch after maybe 3 or 4 minutes. Against Barraquinha, it took him, a round. Whereas against Romero, he didn't really flip that switch for 5 rounds, right? He just chose instead to stay on the outside and pick Romero off from a safe distance. So he never really went through that game change. Never really went through that level change where he changed his strategy right from counter-striking to standing his ground when he would counter-strike. So it's interesting, man. Izzy's got tricks up his sleeves. Izzy has definitely got tricks up his sleeve. So now is the fight that I'm really looking forward to watching. It's Blachowicz against Reyes. So let's sync this one up. Oh, the wings sound great, man. We can't order wings around here. UK's not big on wings where I live. Very difficult to order wings, but they sound amazing, Joey, mate. So sync this next one up for me, guys. This is going to be... This is going to be Reyes against Blachowicz. I'm very, very interested to see exactly what went wrong for Reyes here, because this was a pretty shocking outcome to me. I'm not going to lie. This was a bit of a shocker. So sync this fight up for me, and we'll see exactly how much of a chance Jan has against Izzy, because they say you're only as good as your last fight, right? This performance from Jan probably gives us the best indication of what to expect from Jan this weekend. Alright, yeah, thanks for staying here with us, Joey, man. Really appreciate it, mate. Thanks, dude. The more the merrier. Nice one, mate. Appleman saying, I think Jan is going to look extremely stiff and slow compared to Izzy, and he'll get styled on and probably finished. That's how I'm seeing it as well, man. But maybe Jan proves me wrong here. That's how that from memory, that's kind of how I'm seeing it. Jamie R is saying the only guys who can compete with Izzy on speed in the middleweight division and light heavyweight division are Thiago Santos, Robert Whittaker, Uriah Hall, Alexander Rakic, and maybe Dominic Reyes. Yep. All right, guys, let's go. Boys, I am seeing a lot of people say a lot of mad shit in the YouTube comments. You guys need to watch some fight footage, man. I can't address the craziness, but you guys need to just fucking watch footage. You are saying some outrageous things in the comments. Just watch footage, man. It sounds like you guys are working from hazy memories. You're just saying things which are not true. You are just saying things which are not true. Watch the footage, and the footage will set you free. The footage tells the truth. We don't have to make assumptions. We don't have to guess. You know, we don't have to have an opinion. When you watch footage, you're not creating opinions. You're just, you're just regurgitating facts. It is what it is, as Holloway would say. The footage doesn't lie. I'm seeing a lot of mad shit floating around in the comments that is not based on facts. So let's get into this next fight then. Reyes versus Blachowicz. Starts at 2 minutes 42. Let's sync it up. Get it going in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Let's go. So, obviously, in the Adesanya fight, we saw Adesanya play the role of Matador early, right? Stay on the outside and stay very, very patient and wait for Borrachinha to come to him. So, we know one of the big weapons that Adesanya used in round 1 against Borrachinha was those outside leg kicks from the southpaw stance. But there was a lot of stance switches from Izzy. He would go to orthodox to throw the leg kicks. So here we see Reyes in the southpaw stance. So the inside leg of Blachowicz is open to those leg kicks. We see Izzy switch from southpaw to orthodox to hammer that outside leg of Borrachinha, right? So already we're seeing Reyes chipping away at that inside leg with leg kicks. So remember we said that Blachowicz would probably be susceptible to leg kicks because of how heavy he stands on the lead leg. We're already kind of seeing that here with Reyes chipping away at that lead leg. You know, he's hammered that inside leg of Blachowicz about 3 times now. And just remember how much damage Izzy was able to do to that lead leg in just 5 minutes against Borrachinha. And Jan is standing very, very heavy on that lead leg. You know, that lead leg is a sitting duck. And this is why I don't want to single anyone out. You know, I don't want to be a dick. But this is why some of the shit you guys post in the comments is mental to me. You've got to look at the footage. The footage does not lie. The footage will set you free. Someone in the comments saying Jan's very good at checking leg kicks. Izzy won't be. With definitive wording has told me Izzy will not be able to use leg kicks against Yan. When we said earlier on, Yan, stands heavy on the lead leg, he probably will be susceptible to leg kicks. What have we seen in the first 2 minutes? Reyes has hammered that inside leg of Yan 3 or 4 times, like literally hammered it. So this is why you guys in the comments sometimes drive me crazy, man. You've got to look at the footage. Anyone with eyeballs can pull up, 2, 3, 4, 5 rounds of footage on Yan. See how heavy he stands on the lead leg. Look at the speed at which Adesanya can uncork those leg kicks against someone like Barraquinha, and see for themselves that, Blachowicz probably is going to be in a little bit of trouble with those leg kicks. You know what I mean? The footage will set you free. Instead of just saying wild shit like Blachowicz is great on the ground, the footage will set you free. The footage doesn't lie. And we're seeing here that those leg kicks of Izzy could be a path to victory for him. And also, this is where I think the fight gets difficult for Yan. He covers distance much slower than someone like Barraquinha. His hand speed's slower, and also on top of that, he tends to throw single shots. When he's blitzing forward with these combinations, we're seeing Reyes see him from a mile away and circle away. This is the problem that I think Yan's going to have with Izzy. You see as Yan is blitzing forward there, Adesanya does a really good job of using hand fighting to measure distance. He's laser focused on his opponent and does a really good job of reading them when they're about to blitz forward. And it's really going to be difficult for Yan to catch Izzy with those blitzing attacks, because Izzy is going to see him coming forward from a mile away. Yan is not like a Yoel Romero that can just blitz forward and spring forward and cover a lot of distance in a really, really short space of time. He's very stiff and slow and predictable in the way he moves when he comes forward. I'm not saying he's predictable in what he's going to do or what he's going to throw, but he is predictable in when he's going to attack. And you see it there, how stiff he is when he comes forward, spamming those straight punches. And Reyes just circles away from him. But we know Adesanya is more than capable of doing that as well. My only worry for Adesanya here is that he will get overconfident and he will get complacent. And he will do exactly what he's done in all of his fights, where when his opponent comes forward and blitzes them, when Adesanya's opponents come forward and blitz him, and he starts to get confident in his ability to read them and counter him, there will probably reach a point in this fight where he'll start to stand his ground and start to fire back. And at that point, that's when the fight becomes dangerous for Izzy, because we've seen in the Rockhold fight, we've seen when Yan crushed Reyes' nose, he hits hard, man. He's a big, strong Polish geezer, and we have seen Izzy drop by Kelvin Gastelum, right? He's not completely bulletproof, but I can't remember who said it. I think it was Appleman. If Izzy does utilize the counter-striking style we saw in round 1 against Barraquinha, or the counter-striking style we saw him use against Romero, this should be an absolute cakewalk for Adesanya, because he's going to be able to stay on the outside, chip away at Blachowicz from a safe distance, read Blachowicz's body language to be able to see when Blachowicz is about to blitz forward with those straight punch combinations, and then he's just going to be able to get on his bike and circle away. So from a stylistic point of view, it's a very, 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 very easy fight for Adesanya. The question becomes, is he going to fight safe and play the role of Matador and use Yan's predictable entries against him to just chip away at him with the leg kicks and the jabs? Or is he going to try and make a statement like he did against Whittaker, plant his feet, stand his ground, and look to take Yan out when he comes forward? To be honest, more inclined with him probably, trying to take Yan out, which I don't like. But, it's a fucking tough fight for Yan, because he's not going to be able to take Izzy down. He's not going to be able to hold him down. Even if he could, Yan doesn't have the gas tank to grapple for more than 6 or 7 minutes. And we know Izzy's almost impossible to hold down. He's great at scrambling back to his feet. Very unlikely Yan outstrikes Izzy over a 25-minute period. So his only realistic path to victory is by knockout. And with Adesanya having never been knocked out in MMA, I know he's been knocked out in kickboxing, but with him never having been knocked out in MMA, and with Yan only winning 6 of his 35 career fights by knockout, but you know, half of those knockout wins have come against guys who aren't exactly durable, like Anderson, Rockhold, and Latifi. When you start to weigh everything up, the probability of Yan winning this fight actually starts to become pretty low in my opinion. All right, okay. What have we got? So Invisible Man is saying it's not true. Yan is good at checking leg kicks. Mate, if it's true, he better start to show it to us, because from what I'm seeing, he's a sitting duck to leg kicks. Okay, let's get into round 2. Let's go. Let's get it going, guys. So round 2 starts at 8 minutes and 57 seconds. Let's get it going, guys. Let's go. How's everyone doing today as well, man? Everyone doing good? Everyone doing good, man? Everyone doing good? Alright. Let's get it going. Let's go, guys. Let's go. Alright, guys. Let's sync it up. Get it going in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Let's go. So round 2. So this is where the wheels come off for Reyes, right? In this fight, he gets caught with something. I mean, look. In all fairness, look at the damage on the right side of Reyes' body. Those fucking body kicks of Yan must be excruciating. I remember watching the fight live and thinking it must literally feel like getting hit by a fucking baseball bat when Yan lands one of those body kicks. And you know what? That's another path to victory for Yan. Let's be realistic. I'm not sure how Adesanya is going to look at 205. Like I say, Adesanya has looked like he's had a tough weight cut for his last few fights at middleweight. He's looked like a skeleton on the scales. So he may look bigger and more filled out at 205. But, you know, Adesanya does have quite a lean, skinny frame, right? And those body kicks, man. I mean, you would think the Reyes is dealing with a couple broken ribs here, right? With how nasty the damage looks to the side of his body, and we know how debilitating it is to fight with with damage to the body like that. So Yan is a fucking beast, but it's just look there. It's Blachowicz uses the same attack over and over again. His strategy is blitz forward with straight punches. When he's in kickboxing range, he's very, very ineffective. We see it here, flat-footed, quite stiff, quite rigid, and then every once in a while he'll blitz forward with those straight punch combinations and Reyes just circles away. I can't see that primitive style of striking causing Adesanya a problem. Just because we saw how laser focused Adesanya is, right, against Borrachina. He's going to see those blitzing attacks coming from a mile away, and it will be up to Adesanya to decide how he wants to approach it. Will he circle? Will he chip away at Yan in this range now in the middle of the octagon? Chip away with those leg kicks and those jabs and rack up volume, and then when Blachowicz blitzes forward, he'll just circle away, get the fight back to the center of the cage. Or will Adesanya do what we've seen him do many times, plant his feet, second round onwards, look to slip the shots with head movement instead and fire back, with big power counters. I hope he doesn't. I hope he utilizes the same strategy he used against Romero, because if he utilizes the same strategy used against Romero, I think he absolutely dominates here, 50-45 cakewalk. But if you start to plant your feet and try to counter Yan, you could definitely be caught. You can see Blachowicz, a big, strong dude, right? Definitely do not want to be getting punched by this guy in the face. Blachowicz has only landed 2 or 3 body kicks in the first round, and Reyes's right side of his body looks like a fucking car crash. Definitely don't want to be taking a kick like that to the head either, right? Although, to be fair, it's not going to be easy for Blachowicz to land a head kick, because obviously Adesanya's 6'4", so not easy to get that big old Polish shin up on a fighter as tall as Adesanya, which is probably why we haven't seen Blachowicz throw too many head kicks in this fight. I think Reyes is about 6'4" as well, right? Or am I wrong? I think he's about 6'4", something like that. And those body kicks are beautiful, man. Blachowicz is catching Reyes with a body kick as he circles away to his left, which is definitely something he could do to Izzy. Do you know what I mean? We know Izzy likes to circle away from his opponent. You know, if Izzy circles to his left, he's going to be moving. Ah, there's the damage to the nose. Damn, I hate nose injuries, man. I hate nose injuries. That's a bad one from Reyes. I think as soon as Reyes broke his nose, man, he just couldn't recover. He was hurt very bad. And fair play to Yan. One thing I will say about Yan, he went in for the kill. I think Yan sensed that he hurt Reyes with that broken nose and just went for the kill. Didn't give Reyes an opportunity to recover. Fair play. Fair play. But you look at the nature of the finish, right? How did Reyes end up getting finished? Well, he ended up getting finished because he got impatient and he started to, you know, get into these rock'em sock'em robot brawls with Yan, right? He started to sit right in boxing range and exchange big shots with Yan. And that's the game Yan wants to play. Yan wants to bait you into standing right in front of him and getting into a brawl playing rock'em sock'em robots. But hopefully Adesanya is going to be too disciplined to do that. We hope, right? We hope Adesanya is going to be way too disciplined to do that. You know, he isn't always that disciplined, don't get me wrong. He's not. You know, he has been sucked into some crazy exchanges against Whittaker and Gastelum. But he did fight very disciplined against Romero and also, for the most part, against Costa. So maybe that's a sign he's turning the corner a little bit. You know what I mean? Eugene Behrman is a great coach. You know, maybe he's got in Adesanya's ear and said, hey, man, like, you are amazing, but why even give these guys a chance? Do you know what I mean? Why not just use your ability to read your opponent in reverse to fight at a safe distance and just pick them off? You know, why try to beat them to the punch in a phone booth? Because ultimately, you know, if you do that against Yan, you're putting the fight in the one area where you're giving him a chance to win. You stay on your bike and utilise, you know, a predominantly counter-striking style. And obviously Adesanya is going to use a counter-striking style. Even when he's going to stand in the pocket, he's still going to be trying to counter Yan. But by counter-striking, I mean doing what he did in round 1 against Barraquinha. Staying on his bike every single time Barraquinha blitzed forward, just circle away. Get it back to kickboxing range, chip away with the leg kicks and the jab. Easy money, 50-45 decision all day. And you don't risk getting your face crushed like Rockhold and Reyes have found out the hard way, right? So, let's get into the next one. What fight should we watch next? Let's take a look. I think we should take a look at... Let's take a look at... let's take a look at... Yeah, let's take a look at Romero versus Adesanya. Do we actually? No, let's go through... God, I know everyone's going to leave when we put Jacare and Blachowicz on, because that was an absolute snooze fest. But I do want to watch a decent amount of footage here. Let's take a look at Romero and Adesanya. Let's get into that one, guys. So I'll drop the link into the YouTubes for you now. You can sync this up for me on your Fight Pass. I would really, really appreciate it. Sync this one up for me, guys. Let's get it going. Let's go. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Let's go, guys. Sync this one up for me. I agree with you, Holt. So Jay Holt is saying Glover's a worse matchup for Izzy than Yan is. I agree with you just on the basis that Glover is a better offensive wrestler than Yan, right? And I think Glover could cause Izzy big trouble on the ground, whereas I don't think... Yan poses really any threat to Izzy on the ground. And Glover's got a much better chance of getting the fight to the ground as well, right? Glover is a much better offensive wrestler. Although, Glover's also not able to take a shot anywhere near as well as Yan, and not as dangerous as Yan standing. But, Glover is trouble on the ground, right? Alright guys, sync this first round up for me. It starts at... starts at 3 minutes and 58 seconds. Sync it up, guys. 3 minutes and 58. Sync it up. Sync it up, guys. 3 minutes and 58 seconds. What we might do on this live stream as well, guys, is I might just go straight into researching Santos and Rakic if you're up for it, because we're going to be watching Blachowicz against Santos anyway, so that'll be a nice segue into Rakic Santos. So if you're up for researching Rakic Santos with me as well, stick around, man. Stick around, and we'll do 2 fights in this session. Rokas, what's up, dude? How you doing, man? Oh, nice one, Rokas, mate. Cheers, dude. Jake Scorch is saying Dober has a bad matchup. It's not time to fade Makhachev yet. Yeah, it's a tough one, man. It is tough. I really like Drew Dober. He's very dangerous. He moves very well. Brilliant gas tank. Tough as nails. Fights at a high pace. But Makhachev is one of the worst stylistic matchups possible for Dober, just because Dober's takedown defense and ground game is really, really bad. And we know Makhachev's a nightmare on the ground, right? But, you know, Dober's so fucking dangerous that Dober is so dangerous. Who knows, man? Maybe he catches Makhachev with something. Someone did death shot Makhachev, right? Was it Adriano Martins? Adriano Martins, someone like that. Who was it? Yeah, Adriano Martins absolutely slapped Makhachev early in Makhachev's UFC career, but you know, does lightning strike twice? I'm not sure. Dober's a lot more dangerous than Martins, but you know, can't really knock someone out off your back unless the match now's on top of you, in which case you can. Alright, let's get into this next one. Khabib in the background. Let's sync this one up, get it going in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. So this is probably going to turn into quite a long live stream. I do apologise. We're going to be watching a couple of really boring fights. I know that this Adesanya Romero one was pretty boring. I know Jacare Blachowicz is going to be really boring as well. But no one said that this would be a fun job. We'll get through those absolute snooze fests, and then by then we should have a pretty strong read on how this is likely to go, and then we will be able to get into Rakic and Santos. And what I'm seeing from here at Adesanya is exactly the same thing we saw in the Barraquinha fight, right? Romero's trying to play games and bait Adesanya into going first so that Romero can try and blitz forward and counter him as Adesanya comes forward. And we're just seeing a lot of discipline from Adesanya. We saw the same discipline against Anderson Silva, right? Anderson Silva was trying to showboat, you know, bait him into playing games, and Adesanya just wasn't interested. He just wanted to keep the fight in kickboxing range, where he could use his superior technique and ability to read his opponent, to pick his opponent apart. That's what we're seeing from Adesanya here. Romero's trying to play games, and Adesanya's just letting him do whatever the fuck he wants to do, not letting Romero take him off his game. And I love that. I do love that. It shows a lot of discipline from Adesanya. It means that, you know, he's not going to get impatient and make a mistake. But Adesanya does get more aggressive as the fight goes on. And, you know, Jan, you don't want to, like, Jan, you don't want to be getting punched hard in the face by a guy like Jan, right? Rags is saying, over the past year I've had some unpleasant interactions with friends, co-workers about my sports betting plays. How do I politely tell them moving forward that I don't give my picks out anymore? Rags, tell them to go fuck themselves, dude. Tell them to take a fucking running jump off a cliff, dude. You know what I mean? At the end of the day, everyone's a grown-up. Everyone can do their own research. You know, if people are... You've got to live by the sword and die by the sword, right? So if I, you know, watch someone's YouTube video, or I read an article, or anything really, watch a TV show or a documentary, if I form my opinion, you know, based on information I consume, that's on me, man. That's on me. Do you know what I mean? I could have done my own research and formed my own opinion, but I chose to save myself some time and you know, try and let someone else do the work for me. So, mate, if your co-workers are too lazy to do their own research and rely on you for information instead, That's on them, man. They can't blame you, dude, for anything that goes wrong. Tell them to go fuck themselves. That would be my advice, dude. Just tell them to go and drive their car into a tree. That would be my advice, dude. That would be my advice, man. Rag same, but that's not going to work because they all just ask me for next event's picks. I don't want to tell them my opinions at all. Yeah, tell him to go fuck himself, man. That's what I would do. You know what I mean? JB saying, I think the Romero fight is important because of how large Yoel is. Izzy has to deal with a massive opponent whose body is naturally fit for light heavyweight. That's a really good point, man. That is a good point. How are you guys feeling about this fight so far? Let me know, guys. Let me know how you're feeling about this one. Very, very slow start from Izzy. Just chipping away at Romero from a safe distance. What I'm really looking for here in this fight, like the main thing I'm looking for, is how does Izzy react to Romero's blitzing attacks? Because we know Blachowicz alternates between two different modes, right? Blachowicz has got two modes in him. He stands quite flat-footed and rigid in the centre of the octagon, or he blitzes forward with straight punch combinations. Those are kind of like the two systems that Blachowicz works with. So what I'm really looking forward here, or looking for here, is we know Romero kind of has two modes as well, right? Where he bounces around or moves very slowly on the outside to conserve energy, and every once in a while Romero will explode forward, cover distance very quickly, and try and catch his opponent cold and just land that big power right hand on him. So what I'm looking for in this fight is, we know Romero is faster at covering distance than Blachowicz is, right? So what I'm looking for is, how well does Adesanya read when those blitzing attacks from Romero are coming, and how does Adesanya deal with those blitzing attacks? Is he able to get out of the way? Is he trying to counter? Does Romero land? These are the kind of things that I'm looking for. So sync up round 2 for me, which starts at 10 minutes and 8 seconds into Fight Pass. That's 10 minutes and 8 seconds in. Sync it up, guys. 10 minutes and 8 seconds in. Gino Hero is saying that he thinks Izzy will use his speed for the entire fight and frustrate Yan, even if it ends up disappointing Dana White. Man, I think if he does do that, I hope you're right, Gino. I think if he does do that, I think it's going to be a real comfortable fight for Izzy, man. I hope he does do that. Jay Holt is saying, I'll never understand why Yoel backed off when he had Izzy hurt against the cage that one time. I have to have a look at it now when it comes up, right, dude? So, let's get this next one going. It starts at 10 minutes and 9 seconds in. 10 minutes and 9 seconds. Let's get going. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. So a really disciplined performance from Adesanya in round 1, right? Didn't put himself in any danger. To be fair, you know, Yoel did make life easy for him because Yoel didn't really try to attack Adesanya. You know Yoel's just trying to conserve energy here in these later rounds to try and take Izzy out later on. So you see how fast, see the difference, how fast Romero covers distance compared to Yan. When Yan blitzes forward, he's very flat-footed and rigid. So when he changes levels, it's very easy for his opponent to read when he's about to come forward. Whereas because Romero's bouncing around a lot, in and out, you know, dropping up and down, it's much more difficult to read when Romero's going to blitz forward because of his movement, and he can also cover distance much quicker. So there wasn't the best camera angle when Romero blitzed in like that to kind of read how Adesanya dealt with it. Obviously, Adesanya does fight with his hands very low, though, which is always, you know, it's always a risk. But to be fair, you know, Blachowicz fights with his hands quite low also, you know. I think Adesanya relies on his ability to read his opponent and just move his head out the way. And I think I've heard Adesanya say he likes to keep his hands low because it enables him to kind of see what his opponent's going to do and react to them earlier. Now we're just starting to see, like we were saying earlier on in the live stream, right? Izzy usually gets a lot more aggressive in round 2. Usually starts. The only exception I can remember was the Whittaker fight, where he really picked it up after 3 or 4 minutes. But usually Izzy is very, very, very passive in round 1. Doesn't really do a lot. Just focuses on trying to get reads on his opponent. Very slow starter, which I like, because obviously when you only focus on defense very, very early on until you've settled into a rhythm, less chance you get caught cold, right? You look at like Izzy's teammate, Dan Hooker, recently got caught cold against Chandler before he had time to warm up. He ate that big left hook when he was trapped against the cage. By starting really slow like this, you give yourself a chance to warm up, settle into the fight, find your rhythm, and that become that then makes it a lot less likely you get caught cold with someone you don't see coming after you've had a chance to loosen up a bit. But you see how Izzy uses his lead leg and his hands to measure distance, right? As soon as you try to get inside that lead leg or his hand fighting, he's looking to get out the way. So Izzy got trapped against the cage there on that blitzing attack. That's the area where Yan's going to pose the biggest threat to Izzy. Because when Yan blitzes in, he does commit everything he's got to his power shots. And if he can trap Izzy in a bad position like that, we saw against Reyes, he's capable of doing tons of damage. Again, because of the camera angle, because that camera angle was behind Romero, it's really tough to gauge how many of those power strikes from Romero snuck through the high boxing guard of Adesanya, because he was kind of covering up against the cage. And we couldn't really see what landed. Matern saying Romero's only 6 foot tall, so 2 inches shorter than Blachowicz. Taz saying Yan's got a puncher's chance. Hilty saying I feel like Izzy is the side to be on here. I just don't know if 1.44 is worth it. JB saying I agree with Hilty. Spiz is saying I'm on Izzy. Matern saying yeah Hilt, I don't see how Yan could win without a KO, which he might get, but Yan is so much slower. Taz is saying, Hilty, I agree, but I think when the fight is over, it'll probably be like 1.44 was value with how easy he made it look. Taz is saying, just don't get caught. Hilty saying, I think 70-30 is in the range of the right way to cap it. The thing this fight tells me is that Izzy will not get impatient. If any fight was going to make him get frustrated and impatient and make a mistake coming in, it's this one. I know what Hilty's trying to say there. So there was a lot of shit talking and bad blood leading into the Romero and Borrachina fight, right? So because Yan is a really friendly guy, I think the relationship between Adesanya and Blachowicz is quite cordial. I think Hilt is saying if Izzy was going to lose his head and look to try and take his guy out through wanting to make a point and frustration, it probably would have been Romero or Borrachina. Probably more so the Borrachina fight, right? Because there was a lot of shit being talked in going into that matchup, and to be fair, Adesanya fought really smart and safe in that one. Even if you remember in the first round where Borrachina was kind of showboating, trying to I guess smoke Adesanya out of his hole and exchange with him. It was a disciplined performance. London Boy is saying, who do you think the smaller cage favours, Yan or Izzy? Definitely Yan. Because Izzy relies on a lot of footwork and movement, whereas Yan's really flat-footed. He doesn't, he's just going to stand in front of you. It doesn't matter what part of the cage he stood in front of you in. The cage doesn't really affect Yan's fighting style too much. He's not a pressure fighter. He doesn't utilise a lot of footwork to move away from his opponent. So it's definitely going to favour Yan, because Izzy needs space to move around in and counter-strike. and the smaller cage will make it easier for Jan to get to Izzy, because when Jan blitzes forward in those straight lines, Izzy's not going to have as much space to move around in and you know, circle away from Jan in. Alright guys, let's get into this is round 3, right? Starts at 16 minutes and 16 seconds. 16 minutes and 16 seconds. Let's get going, guys. Let's get going in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Hey, what's up, Artemeus, dude? Artemeus is saying, can you see this fight going 5 rounds? I think in under either way. Do you know what, mate? I do think that it's more likely this fight ends inside the distance, just because, you know, I don't know, mate. I look at this two ways. I think when we watch Blachowicz versus Thiago Santos, I think we're going to see Jan's not great defensively. You've got to remember, you know, Dominic Reyes has a predominantly kick-based style of striking. He's not really a boxer. I think when we watch the Thiago Santos fight, we're probably going to feel more confident in Adesanya. But at the same time, if Adesanya fights like this and just looks to chip away at Jan from a safe distance, it's very, 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 very likely it'll go the distance. Because Jan's tough as fuck, man. Jan is tough as fucking nails. You know, we were saying that, you know, Jan doesn't have tons of wins by knockout or TKO on his record. But he hasn't really been knocked out or TKO'd barely ever either. You know, he's had 35 pro fights. He's so fucking tough. And it's really impressive because for the longest time, like, Blachowicz has cleaned his gas tank up a lot. But for the longest time, Blachowicz's cardio was terrible. You know, a few of the guys in the YouTube comments were saying, you know, Jan turned a corner when he changed his gym. And, you know, if you think about it, Jan used to gas out in every fight after, you know, 6 or 7 minutes. So for him to have not been knocked out or KO'd more, you know, in his career, when for large periods of his career he's probably been fighting gassed out of his mind, that's like, that just shows how tough he is, man. You know, it's not going to be easy for Adesanya to put Blachowicz away. Having said that, I will say one more thing, and I will keep going back to it because I don't think people are talking enough about this. Father Time is undefeated. He's undefeated, whichever way you look at it. And 38-year-old fighters that have spent as much time in the cage as Blachowicz, you know, 35 pro fights. Many of those fights have gone to a decision. You know, Blachowicz has been in some wars. The probability, and we're just talking in probabilities here, there will be outliers, right? But the probability of Jan looking better after 35 pro fights, so many wars, so much time in the cage, and at 38 years old, is low. It is pretty low. You know, if anything, Blachowicz is going to become significantly less durable with every year that passes. So on that note, you know, maybe the fight does end inside the distance, because at some point you'd think all those wars will catch up with Jan. He's been a kickboxer probably his entire life. You know, God knows how many kickboxing fights he had before he took up MMA. So he is going to reach a point in time where he starts to look 38 years old, you know. And the time is probably now, like any time now. You know, if not Saturday, next year. If not next year, definitely the year after. I mean, how many durable 40-year-olds with 35 pro fights can you name? Like, literally, let's set a challenge right now, because people say crazy things in the comments. Right now, let me know. Drop names for me in the chat, right? How many 38-year-old fighters can we think of with 30? How many 38-year-old fighters with over 30 pro fights can we name that can still take a shot? How many exist, really? How many? Like, serious question now. And again, there will always be outliers. There will always be outliers. But as a general rule, when you're 38 years old and you've had 35 pro fights and a lot of them have gone the distance, that chin isn't going to be around for very long. It's just the reality. Like I always say, you do not want to bet on intangibles, unlikely outcomes. You don't want to bet on low probability outcomes. We want to deal in likely outcomes and facts. Everything we know about how a fighter, ages, performs as they get older, how they lose that durability, their reflexes, their ability to read their opponent. 38 years old, 35 pro fights. At some point, Jan's not going to be able to take a shot like he used to. And generally speaking, the way this goes, when you're in like the kind of age that Jan's in, usually their career falls off a cliff quite fast in terms of, one day they'll show up and their gas tank will be all right and they'll look pretty standard and they'll be able to take a shot, and then fucking 6 months later they look a shadow of himself. That's how that story ends. You know what I mean? It's a sad story, but Father Time is undefeated. So sync up round 4 for me now, guys. It starts at 22 minutes and 24 seconds. That's 22 minutes and 24 seconds. Sync it up, guys. Sync it up. Rivers of Red saying DC and Yoel. See. So that's interesting. So Rivers of Red has suggested the two most obvious fighters, right? He's gone for DC and Yoel Romero. However, remember what we said at the beginning of the live stream. They're two very good suggestions, Rivers of Red. But DC and Yoel are different because they started their MMA career way later on. So if we look at Yoel Romero, he's very old and he's very durable. But he's had 18 pro fights, which is, pretty much half the number of fights that Blachowicz has had. But not only that, he started taking his MMA career seriously way late on, right? If we look at it, he only started competing at a decent level of MMA, back in 2011 when he fought Rafael Cavalcante, which was only 10 years ago. So in terms of miles on the clock, Romero's got nowhere near as many miles on the clock as Jan. Because if you look at Jan, Jan started fighting all the way back in 2007, which is only 4 years before Romero, but he was thrown in the deep end very early on in his career, right? So if we look at Romero, early in his career, he didn't really have that many fights against high-level opposition, right? It was only in 2014 where he really started to face a very, very good level of opponent, whereas you look at Jan Blachowicz' record, fucking fought Martin Zawada in his 7th fight. Antonini Kamlewski, who's still fighting in KSW. Aziz Karogli, no picnic. Christian Mpumbu, still doing the damn thing in Bellator. So early on in Jan's career, he was thrown in the deep end and fighting in KSW, which is a major promotion, in literally his 5th fight. So he's got way more miles on the clock. Way more miles. Because there was no warm-up in Jan's career. He was straight into the deep end in KSW. And if you look at DC's record as well, we know that Daniel Cormier started training MMA, what was it, in his mid-30s? Was he like 34, something like that? How old was DC when he started fighting? 2009, right? But again, didn't really start to face a tough level of opponent until maybe 2011, which again, only 10 years ago. And DC's taken a lot less damage than someone like Jan because he used his wrestling, right, to take his opponent down or tie him up in the clinch where they couldn't hurt him with strikes. Whereas with Blachowicz being a kickboxer, a striker, he's probably been in so many wars, taking so many shots to the head, so much head trauma, So two really good suggestions, but yeah, but look at Glover, right? Shark Tank, look at Glover. Glover can't take a shot anymore. Glover gets rock, drop, wobbled in every fight. Do you know what I mean? Do you know what? Spiz? Trinaldo's a really good example of what I'm basically trying to say. Trinaldo's a really good example of what I'm trying to say, because we all know Trinaldo, right, as being tough, durable, great gas tank, reasonably good everywhere. Trinaldo's one of these guys that has cheated Father Time. Like, this guy is still crazy good for 42 years old. However, he did look a shadow of himself in his last fight against Jay Herbert. You know, gassed very fast, didn't really have much physicality to his grappling. You know, looked flat standing, didn't move particularly well. He was down 2 rounds big before landing this nuclear missile of a right hand or left hand in round 3. Point I'm trying to make is, you know, in Trinaldo's fights against John McDessie, Bobby Green, Alexander Hernandez, Evan Dunham, you know, he looked great. Even in his, you know, early 40s, he showed absolutely no signs of slowing down. He looked brilliant. Right, he looked really, really good. And then, you know, against Jay Herbert, overnight, he declined. You do have to be careful of guys this age, because when Father Time catches up with them, it tends to come very, very quickly. Very dangerous to bet on guys when they get this old, because, you know, overnight, one day they're just going to show up and they haven't got it anymore. That's literally how this story ends. Every fucking time. Every time. Every time. Arlovsky's a really good example, dude. Arlovsky's a great one. I love that. That's a great example. But they're few and far between, right? I think Herbert was supposed to fight a couple of weeks ago, Sean, but his fight got cancelled because of COVID or something. Can't remember who he was going to fight, right? Yeah, it's a good example, Joey. Although with how dangerous Figueiredo is, it's tough to say, right? Tough to say. Alright. Let's get back into this fight then, guys. Round 4, yeah? Round 4. Let's get it going. Sync it up. Get it going in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Let's go. And see Khabib behind Israel again. 2 of the best fighters ever. I will say this, you know, when Yan does blitz forward in straight lines, he commits really, really hard to his combinations. I think he can catch Izzy. Just a question of, you know, is it going to be enough? Are those blitzing attacks going to be enough, man? That is the question. So, see if Romero gets a little bit more aggressive here in the 4th and 5th. That's what you want to see from Izzy, though, right? When Romero blitzes forward like that, you just want to see Izzy get on his bike and circle away. Not take any risks by planting his feet and trying to counter Romero. You want to see him get out of there. Every time Yang comes forward, you just want to see Izzy circle away, get on his bike, not put himself in any danger. And we're seeing those leg kicks again here from Adesanya, just hammering that outside leg. What I like about Izzy's leg kicks is that he switches stances to throw them. So you know that, you know, usually, you know, a fighter that's strong with leg kicks will often, you know, drill that left kick from either stance, right? So Pedro Munoz, for example, is very, very good at hammering his opponent's lead leg with his power right leg from the orthodox stance. And then obviously a way that a lot of fighters address that when one of their legs starts to get beat up and hurt, and they switch stances, right? Which, depending on how effective they are at fighting from opposite stance, could be a huge benefit for their opponent, because obviously if a fighter's orthodox and all of a sudden their lead leg's hurt and they've got to switch southpaw to protect the lead leg, they're likely to be a much less effective striker at southpaw than they are orthodox, because they're not used to fighting southpaw. So what I really like about Izzy is that he switches stances from orthodox to southpaw to hammer the lead leg, but he's just as effective throwing leg kicks from southpaw as he is orthodox. There's kind of no way to get a break. Like, he no matter what you do to try and deal with those leg kicks, he can still, you know, wrap his shin bone around your leg and hammer you. You know what I mean? So we'll wait for this foul to play out, guys. Although Izzy doesn't usually take long. Oh, Romero, sorry. Romero taking his sweet ass time, probably to catch his breath as well. You can't blame him. Do you know what, guys? I'm not even sure if it makes too much sense to watch the whole Jacare versus Blachowicz fight. We might watch a little bit of it, but not a lot happened, right? So we could probably just watch a little bit of it. Otherwise, we're all going to fall asleep. And then we'll get into watching Blachowicz versus Thiago Santos, which I think is going to help us a lot more with this one. And then that'll take us nicely into researching the Alexander Rakic Santos fight. It would be interesting if Adesanya's odds keep improving as well. I am surprised, like, they improved by quite a bit over the last week. You see that head movement from Izzy. That's what you want to see him do against Jan, right? Instead of trying to... And he's done it again. Notice how he's just moving back when Romero blitzes forward and then circling off to his right. But as he's doing it, using his length to move his head back to slip Romero's shot. Or not even consciously slip it, but just try and make his head a harder target to hit. That's what you want to see him do against Jan, right? Every time Jan blitzes forward, just get out of there. And he's doing it again here. This type of strategy from Adesanya is going to be very, very effective against Jan. Seen him do it 3 times. Now, obviously, Romero senses he's down 3 rounds. We're seeing a lot more blitzing attacks from him, right? He's trying to come forward and take the fight to Yoel now. Or Yoel's trying to come forward and get something going now. So we're seeing more blitzing attacks from Romero. And Izzy's aware of that, and he's seeing those blitzing attacks come from a mile away, so he's doing a really good job of getting out of the way. Really, really good job. Very, very nice deep double leg. Well read there from Romero, and Izzy sprawls out of it. But even there, right, Izzy gets trapped against the cage as Romero's trying to load up on those power strikes, and Izzy just runs away. This is the strategy that will work very well against Jan. Hammer those legs with leg kicks, chip away with a jab, and just don't fucking play rock'em sock'em robots like Reyes did after he had his nose broken. That's where Reyes went. That's where Reyes got into trouble. As soon as he got hurt off that broken nose, he tried to get it back, started forcing exchanges, and that's what resulted in him getting himself knocked out. But anyway, sync up round 5 for me. It starts at 29 minutes and 57 seconds. This has been a really good one to watch. So let me know, guys, has your opinion on this fight changed since watching this Romero versus Adesanya fight? Do you feel any different now? Let me know, guys. Let me know. Let me know. Let me know. Let me know. Anyway, guys, let's go. London boys got it 80-20 in favour of Adesanya. Let me know how you're feeling, guys. Anyway, let's get this 5th round going. Sync it up. Get it going in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Go. Go, 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 go. Last round. Last round. Zayn Sheikh is saying great odds on Nunes by submission, which is great as she is most likely going to come in with a grappling heavy game plan. Let's take a look at that one, mate. I do like that, Zayn, mate. Let's have a look. Let's go. Where's that? Ah, mate, I do not like them odds. I'm assuming you got better odds than that. I'm assuming you got much better odds than that, but the odds have probably declined a lot, right? Those are those are pretty tight odds for a prop. What is up, V, mate? Hope you're doing good, V. Good to see you, dude. So a very, very disciplined performance from Adesanya here. It's not been an exciting performance, right? We've seen the crowd with the Ric Flair woos throwing their camera phones around in the background, but he stayed patient. He hasn't let the crowd get to him and affect his performance. And obviously it'll be even easier to stay disciplined and stick to a game plan in the Apex Center because there are no fans, right? Interesting striking stats, though. Sometimes the striking stats are super off. We can see Adesanya's only outstruck Romero by a marginal number in every round. Hasn't run away with this. But you have to question how many of the strikes that Romero's landed have been blocked. Because Izzy's always circling away behind that high boxing guard, right? How many of the strikes that they're counting on those stats have been landing on the gloves and arms of Adesanya? And there you see that hand fighting from Izzy that he uses to just gauge when his opponent's about to come forward. Izzy's footwork is what makes him so great. He just dangles that lead leg out there, and he almost uses it like a fucking insect uses some kind of fucking tentacle or something to see when, you know, their prey is about to come into their territory. As soon as he feels his opponent's about to blitz forward and get inside that lead leg, he immediately starts to move back. We saw it there. And as he moves back and circles away, he's always using his head to kind of slip the shot as well. And that's what does make this fight a lot more dangerous for Izzy, right? This is a big cage they're fighting in now on a big pay-per-view. It's like London Boy said earlier on. That strategy is going to be a lot more difficult in a smaller cage. The cage in the Apex is so much smaller. There's just not going to be as much room for Izzy to kind of circle away from Yanin like that. It'll be a lot easier for Yan to trap him against the cage. And that's when Adesanya's looked his most vulnerable in this fight, right? Is when Romero's been able to blitz forward, trap Izzy against the cage. Izzy gives him the middle finger. Very nice. That's when Izzy's looked vulnerable here, when Romero's been able to catch him against the cage flat. And so it'll be a lot easier for Yan to do that in a smaller cage. That's notable. That is notable to me. If this were in a cage, it is only it might only seem like a small difference, but it's quite impacts the outcome of this fight in quite a huge way. Actually, I do think this is a much tougher fight in a small cage for Izzy. And the first kind of signs there that Izzy was losing his head a little bit right at the end of the fight where he threw that cartwheel kick after Romero talking some shit to him in that 5th round. You know what? I'll even say something crazy. You could make a strong case that Romero actually won that fight. I think I was quite surprised that Adesanya won that by unanimous decision. You know, it was an interesting decision. Let's just say that. It was an interesting one. Could have gone either way. Could have gone either way, man. Could have gone either way. Rubis Fern is saying, Chris, are you more sure Jan would lose than when he fought Reyes? No, mate, definitely, man. The Blachowicz performance against Reyes definitely gave me a wake up call, 100%. You know, I've never felt Blachowicz was that dangerous, to be honest with you. Like I say, throughout his career, his striking's always looked a little bit flat. But like you said earlier on, man, you know, since Blachowicz has changed gyms, he's looked a lot better, right? For a start, we haven't seen him gas out since he switched gyms. His gas tank used to be very, very bad. His takedown defense and ground game used to be really, really bad. That's got a lot better. You know, we've seen Blachowicz get absolutely ragdolled and dominated on the ground, and yet against a really, really strong offensive grappler like Rockhold, he was able to completely neutralize Rockhold's grappling, keep the fight standing, and win, right? So, you know, the fight against Reyes, what the fight against Reyes showed me was that Jan's power's got to be respected. I still don't think he's particularly dangerous, just because of how flat-footed he is in kickboxing range and how slow he is when he blitzes forward. But you definitely don't want to be getting hit with this guy, hit by this guy, because of how heavy his arms are, how much he loads up on his shots. What actually showed me more than anything in the Reyes fight that this guy needs to be respected and this guy is dangerous was actually the body kicks he landed. You know, that damage to the right side of Reyes was really notable because, you know, Blachowicz is a guy that likes to throw a lot of head kicks, a lot of body kicks, and you know, you don't want to be taking a kick that can inflict damage the body on an arm, right? You know, Izzy likes to keep his arms low, so when Blachowicz is going to be throwing those body kicks, you know, Adesanya is probably going to be instinctively dropping those elbows to block the body kick, which is exactly what he should do. And obviously, with the amount of power in Blachowicz's kicks, could easily end up breaking your forearm, right? Which would make this a hell of a lot harder for Adesanya, only fighting with one hand or one arm. So definitely, the Blachowicz fight was a wake-up call. The Reyes fight was a wake-up call where he'd just never really looked that dangerous before. You know, didn't look at all dangerous against a 40-year-old Jacare. He looked really flat against Santos, which we're going to be watching in a moment. You know, knockouts over guys like Anderson and Rockhold don't say a lot to me because they're made of glass. I think the Reyes fight was the first time when he crushed Reyes' nose and inflicted all that damage to his body, where I was like, shit, Blachowicz is maybe a little bit more dangerous than I thought. Having said that, I still don't think it changes the fact that Blachowicz's range of attacks are quite limited in terms of when he's in kickboxing range in the center of the cage. I don't think he can really generate power from there. I'll be completely honest with you. I think when the fight's in the middle of the octagon in kickboxing range, I don't think Blachowicz is that dangerous. I think his hand speed is quite low and he kind of loads up on single shots. Blachowicz is dangerous though when he's blitzing forward, and he's just so slow when he blitzes forward and kind of just spams those straight punches. I'd be really surprised if I'd be really surprised if that caused Izzy a problem when he dealt just fine with Borrachinha and Romero, just because Borrachinha and Romero are so much faster at covering distance. You know, in the Whittaker fight, Whittaker was just blitzing forward, you know, trying to set Izzy up with those head kicks, those big reaching, looping right hooks, and just didn't really get near Izzy. It's hard for me to see how well Izzy dealt with blitzing attacks from much faster, or guys that are much faster at covering distance than Jan, and then to imagine Jan having more success than those guys. Now, that doesn't mean that Izzy can't get caught cold. Do you know what I mean? It only takes one shot to land in MMA, to change everything. Like, I'm not one of these dicks that feels ultra confident in any fighter. Run a mile from anyone that tells you there's absolutely no risk to Izzy here. Izzy's going to win easily. Run a mile from anyone that tells you Jan is going to easily knock Izzy out. There's no way Izzy can win. I see crazy shit in the comments all the time where, people say, fucking Rakic is a lock, or Santos is going to KO Rakic easily. This is an easy fight for him. There's no way they can lose. That's such a dumb way of looking at MMA. I just like to deal in probabilities and most likely outcomes. So when I look at this fight, I give Blachowicz less than... Let's really talk in probabilities. So I give Blachowicz less than a 5% chance of being able to cause Adesanya a problem with grappling. I just think Blachowicz is too stiff and too flat-footed to generate the kind of drive he's going to need on a takedown entry to get in deep enough on the legs of Adesanya to upset his balance and take him down. If he did, I think Adesanya is so scrambly and so difficult to hold down that Adesanya would just immediately be able to pop back up to his feet. And in worst case scenario, even if Blachowicz did manage to establish a bit of grappling control and hold Izzy down, his Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu has never looked that dangerous. And we've also seen Blachowicz tends to burn himself out quite quick when he grapples, which is why he never grapples, because he wants to pace himself, right? He doesn't want to burn himself out. So I am not at all in any way, shape or form giving any realistic chance of Blachowicz causing Adesanya a problem with his grappling. Like, literally less than a 5% chance. It's nothing to me. I just don't see it as a realistic issue. In terms of like striking, from my perspective, can Blachowicz knock Adesanya out? Like 100%. There's no doubt about it. Maybe he folds Adesanya with one of those nasty body kicks and cracks Adesanya's rib. Maybe he breaks Adesanya's arm when he tries to block a body kick or head kick. Maybe he just fucking knocks Adesanya out, right? It can happen. But it's a fucking cage fight. You know what I mean? Like, there's risk involved with every fight, every bet. When I look at this, I go, Adesanya's never been stopped in MMA. 20 pro fights, he's never been stopped. He's fought guys that carry big power in their hands. Gastelum, Whittaker, Romero, Costa, even Brunson, even Vettori. They're all big hitters. Whittaker, Romero and Costa in particular have blitzing styles of striking where they can cover distance very quickly, load up big on power strikes, and yet none of them really had Adesanya in any danger at any time. These three guys cover distance so much faster than Blachowicz. And if we're being brutally honest here and look at the entire body of work of these fighters over their careers, Blachowicz has only finished 6 of his opponents in 35 career strikes. Has only finished 6 of his opponents in 35 career fights with strikes. 3 of those weren't very durable. Corey Anderson, Luke Rockhold, Ilir Latifi. Not known for their durability, right? Anderson, Rockhold, made of glass. It makes those 6 wins with strikes a lot less impressive. I'm not taking anything away from Jan against Reyes, but, had he not crushed Reyes' nose with in that second round, maybe Reyes would have started to find his range. That would have played out a lot differently. The point I'm trying to make is, if Izzy went the distance with, Barraquinha, Romero, Whittaker, Gastelum, guys who we know are very, very dangerous. Whittaker, I know Whittaker's fighting a lot more cautiously now, a lot safer. But going into the Adesanya fight, Whittaker was a wild man. How many guys has Whittaker knocked out? Romero, the same, knocking guys dead 6 feet across the cage. Barraquinha, a fucking human wrecking machine. None of those guys put Adesanya in any trouble, and all 3 of these guys built a career and a reputation off being absolute fucking murderers, and they couldn't even really put a scratch on Izzy. When you look at the entire picture, is Blachowicz really going to be the first guy to hand Adesanya his first loss? Maybe, but it's very unlikely he outstrikes Adesanya. I don't think he's going to be able to deal with the volume because of how heavy Jan stands on that lead leg, and and how much damage Izzy's going to be able to inflict with that leg kick, how he's going to be able to get the jab going, how he's going to be able to chip away at Yan safely from kickboxing range, because I don't think Yan's at all dangerous in kickboxing range. I only think Yan's dangerous when he's blitzing forward. So is Yan going to be the first guy? He might be. Yan might be the first guy. Yan is a big, strong, tough, Polish bastard. He's fucking tough as nails. You know, he's a great fighter. But I make a living from betting on things that are likely to happen, not things that are unlikely to happen. You want to stack the deck in your favour, and you want to put your money in the strongest position possible. All things considered, when I look at this, Yan's path to victory is very narrow. You know, Yan only wins if unlikely outcomes play out. And I'm not interested in that. I'm only interested in likely outcomes. And so for that reason, you know, I think you have to go Adesanya here. But that doesn't mean Yan can't catch him with something hurting bad and win. Do you know what I mean? I just don't feel it's that likely. So let's now get into another fight. We talked a lot about Yan, right? We haven't watched tons of footage on Yan. So maybe we should now... We'll watch the Corey Anderson fight, actually. So we'll watch Anderson, we'll watch Jacare, we'll watch Thiago Santos. I don't really feel like we need to really watch too much footage, too much more footage on Adesanya. I think we kind of know what he's going to do. Yan is a little bit more inconsistent because obviously he looked very different against Reyes to how he looked against Jacare and Santos. So to get a bigger picture look at this one, we'll watch more footage on Yan. So if we take a look now at the Corey Anderson fight. Now, guys, this is why you need to follow me on Twitch. Twitch.tv/Diary of a Pro Gambler. If we were on Twitch now, because this fight is only 3 minutes, we would be able to watch this together. But because we're on YouTube, if I play this fight on YouTube, this stream will get shut down immediately for copyright infringement. So I research I research every fight on Twitch. You can watch all my fight research on Twitch. Follow me on Twitch, man, because if we were on Twitch right now, we wouldn't have to sync this one up. We could all watch it together, which makes things a hell of a lot easier for everyone. But sync this up for me now, and we'll see Anderson get sent to Bellator, right? That's what we're about to see. So sync it up. Let's get it going. So this fight starts at... This fight starts at 2 minutes 58. Sync it up, guys. 2 minutes 58. Kaboomin is asking for thoughts on the PEM versus Sterling fight. I'll be dropping a YouTube video tomorrow, man, when I go where I go into that fight in depth. This stream is long as fuck, so I'm going to try to not talk about other fights. But I will drop a video for that one tomorrow, Kaboomin. Alright, let's check out the YouTubes. Let's go, let's go. Alright, guys. Nice one, Reebies, man. Nice one, Reebies Fern. Reebies Fur. Me and Rybis. I'm really sorry I can't pronounce the username, man. Me and Rybis are disagreeing on this fight for sure. But Rybis is dropping some major knowledge, man. So I really appreciate it, dude. Thanks a lot, mate. Rybis is dropping some major knowledge. It's important to have counter opinions, right? Because, you know, if everyone thinks the same thing, we can easily miss details. So, shout out to you, Rybis, mate. Thanks a lot for dropping some major knowledge, man. I really appreciate it, dude. And he's also saying, I think the first time he looked a lot scarier than usual was his rematch against Corey. Be interesting to see that now, dude. Let's take a look. Let's get into it. So, let's get this first round going. Sync it up. Get it going in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Let's go, guys. Let's go. So this is the range where I think Yan's going to be in extreme danger in this kickboxing range. Because I just think the speed difference is so big. Izzy's just going to be able to chip away at him and cause him big, big trouble. and how heavy he stands on that lead leg. You know, we don't know how effective Blachowicz is going to be fighting from southpaw if he needs to switch stances if that lead leg does get beaten up. I mean, it won't be easy to throw Blachowicz off his game. He's a tough guy, right? But you see there, like, you know, like the hand speed of Yan is an issue for me. You see as he steps in with that double jab, just very, very slow hand speed. And, you know, we know Izzy's very fast, right? In this kickboxing range, I think Yan is in massive trouble because Izzy's just gonna beat him to the punch with his speed, hammer that lead leg with leg kicks, and probably look really comfortable. Like, look at how slow Yan is when he steps in with that jab. And we've got to remember the speed at which Izzy can counter. He's lightning fast, right? Every single time Yan steps forward with one of these really slow jabs, he's going to be at significant risk of eating, a devastating counter from Izzy. So in kickboxing range, I think Yan gets absolutely dominated. It's when Yan blitzes forward that Izzy's in trouble. And that's when Reyes was in trouble, right? But Yan is slow. Like you're seeing here, Yan is so slow. As he comes forward and launches that clubbing right hook, it's almost like he's throwing it in slow motion. And maybe that's where his power comes from, right? There's plenty of heavyweight fighters with really slow hand speed that can deliver major power. But I just think the speed difference is going to get Yan in a lot of trouble here. You know, even his jab is quite slow. And the knockout comes because Corey blitzes in to change levels on a takedown, something like that, right? And Yan just stands his ground and catches him with a big uppercut or something. Is that how the knockout comes? It's Corey coming forward, not Yan blitzing forward. One thing we haven't mentioned, you know what I mean? Yan is 38 years old. He has had gas tank issues in the past, and we know Izzy also likes to pepper the body with jabs and body kicks. I wouldn't be totally confident that Yan's gas tank's going to hold up yet. That's where Izzy's going to be in most danger when Yan blitzes forward like that. Because we are seeing Yan take some deep breaths here, you know, very early on. We're only 3 minutes in and Yan's breathing quite heavy. Which wasn't the case against Reyes. His gas tank looked great. He didn't slow down at all. But here he's definitely breathing heavy. Yeah. Corey comes forward. I need to watch a replay of that. Corey come forward, ducked his head down to go for a takedown, right? And Yan just fucking planted his feet and literally shipped Corey Anderson off to Bellator. Blachowicz was like, "Oh, hey, Mr. Coker, I hear you're interested in signing." I hear you're interested in signing Corey Anderson. I'm about to do you a deal, my friend, because his contract negotiation is about to get a hell of a lot cheaper when I break his face into 3 different pieces. Let's check out this replay. I just want to watch the replay because that knockout came super fast. Let's take a look at it when they eventually play it. London boys saying Yan doesn't like them kicks to the body. Sean saying Corey ran right into his fist like a magnet. Alright, here's the replay. He literally did run right into his fist. What was quite impressive about that was Blachowicz threw that right hook at like nipple height. Yeah. It's hard to see Izzy running onto something like that, right? Blachowicz is literally fired from the hip. Jesus Christ. Very, very well. You know, we were talking shit about Anderson's chin. Don't think that knockout had anything to do with Anderson's chin. If Blachowicz hit me like that, I would literally die. I would literally die. There's no way I would survive a shot like that. Fucking vicious knockout. Absolutely brutal. What a beast. Yan, absolute beast. It would be a great story if Yan does win this, though, man. It would be amazing. Fair play. Hey, what's up, Lovrefort? What's up, V? What's up, Righteous King? What's up, Gamer Kane? What's up, guys? Let's go, let's go. Alright, next fight up. I'm enjoying this. This is good. Let's watch. Right, so. Look, I don't think the Jacare fight is really going to tell us anything about how Jan matches up with Izzy, because they literally hugged it out in the clinch for 25 minutes, which Izzy isn't going to do. So we won't watch this whole fight because we'll all end up falling asleep, but we'll watch maybe like the first 2 rounds, and then we'll get into Santos versus Blachowicz, and then that'll help us segue nicely into we'll then go into watching Rakic and Santos, and then we'll be done. So let me know guys if you're alright with that. But let's watch a couple of rounds of Jacare. We won't spend too long on it because every round literally looks the fucking same, and Jacare's style is nothing like Adesanya's, so it's not really going to help us very much. But yeah, let's get into that one. So I'll grab you a link right now. Let's go to... Here it is. It's a full event video, which is a bit awkward, but we'll share it anyway. There it is, guys. Sync this up for me. Also, Matern, JB, Sean, Hypen, Spiz, Hiltzy. If you're listening, boys, what do you think about this one? Let me know. I'm strongly considering a bet on Adesanya here. When I see how slow Jan's hand speed looked against Corey. Joey McBride, what do you think, dude? It's just hard. It's hard to see Jan. It's hard to see Jan causing Izzy a problem with a difference in speed. But anyway, sync it up, guys. Let's get this one going. Unfortunately, it's a full event video on Fight Pass. They don't have the whole thing. So it's going to be the very, very last video in. Sean's definitely on Adesanya. So sync this fight up for me, guys. It's going to be a bit difficult for us all to sync this one up because it's a full event video. But we'll do our best. It's going to start roughly something like... It's going to be London Boys on Adesanya. Be nice if the odds kept improving, right? So sync it up. I'm having trouble getting this first round synced up. It starts at 2 hours, 25 minutes and 28 seconds. Joey McBride saying, I like Adesanya in a parlay or even money line. I think for Jan to win, it has to be a KO. At current odds, are we giving a guy with 6 in 35 fights ending at KO a 30% chance to beat Izzy? That's kind of how I look at it, dude. You summarised it way better. Taz is saying, pre-research, I think the version of Santos to beat Jones with 2 knees can beat Rakic. My problem with this fight, dude, is that Santos tends to cave when you take him down, and Rakic utilised a really grappling heavy game plan against Anthony Smith and looked great on the ground, and he is really heavy from top position despite being a kickboxer. That's why I do think this one could be tricky for Santos. If Rakic can get him down, I think he's in trouble, man. Taz is saying, Izzy, but better odds please due to weight class X factor, otherwise parlay leg is fine. Cool. Grimlock is saying, similar to Costa, I think Izzy will be orthodox. Pillar Lane Gaming's asking about Islam and Dober. I'll drop a YouTube video tomorrow, dude, where we go through the Makhachev versus Dober fight. I'll drop a breakdown video for that, man. What's up, Aldo Estrada, mate? Hope you're doing good, mate. Pillar Lane Gaming, is this shrimp even good? Which shrimp? Which shrimp, my guy? Let me know. Maybe you're talking about me. If you're asking if I'm good, the answer would be no, dude. You should probably go and find someone else on YouTube that can give you much better advice than me. Alexa Babic, Rakic versus Santos. We're going to get into that fight next, mate. We'll stay on stream. We'll get into that fight next. Hey, what's up, Rosh? What's up, Rosh, mate? How you doing, you Rosh, mate? Rebis Ferrikin is saying, Jan had very good sparring partners, mainly Izu Ugono, great boxer and kickboxer, Polish version of Remy Bunjaski. He's bigger than Izzy, but can imitate his style relatively well. Chizzy is saying, is asking about the Dominic Cruz Casey Kenny fight. I haven't researched that one yet, mate. I'll probably get to that fight tomorrow. And Michael Knight is capping Izzy at around minus 290, which would be about 1.36, something like that. Or am I off? 1.38, right? No, put it in the wrong column. Minus 280 would be 1.36. That's where I would probably cap him as well, Mike. I agree with you, dude. Alright, let's get... What's that, Megalol? First thoughts on Stipe and Ngannou, mate. You know what, dude? For the same reason why I think Jan might struggle here, I think that Stipe may really struggle against Ngannou. I know Miocic dominated Ngannou the first time round, but Stipe is a lot older now, and there was kind of a flatness about him in his fight against DC. Stipe's been in a lot of wars. He's a lot older. You know, Ngannou's had, you know, how long, like 3 or 4 years to improve since he last fought Stipe. And it's not easy to get inside on Ngannou, tie him up and take him down. We saw that in the first Curtis Blades fight. You can only really get inside and take Ngannou down when he gets tired. And I'm not sure if Miocic will have the doggedness at his age to kind of like tough out the early rounds, get inside, grab a hold of Ngannou, drag him to the ground like he did in the first fight. I think Father Time may change the outcome of this one. But I could be wrong. We got to research it, but I would be pretty hesitant to bet Stipe at his age against someone as athletic as Ngannou. Because at that age, you know, athleticism and power can be the great equalizer, right? Alright, let's get this one going. Let's get going, guys. Sync it up. Jacare and Blachowicz. Let's get going in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Let's go. Let's get it going. So most of this fight looks like this, right? With Jacare just wearing on Blachowicz in the clinch, and Blachowicz reluctant to get his back off the cage in case he did get taken down. He was quite happy to stay in this position where he could use the cage as a base to defend the takedowns from Jacare. So we'll watch a couple of these rounds, but so we'll watch the first 2 rounds. Won't spend too long on this one, otherwise we'll be here all night. And then we'll go into Rakic Santos. Because literally this entire fight looks like this. Which isn't helpful, because obviously Adesanya is not going to do this to Yan. Or at least I doubt he is. So this is what we want to see. Back in the middle of the octagon. And now after that little bit of cage work, let's again pay attention to Yan's hand speed, right? Whole lot of nothing happening here. Can you see what I mean about how ineffective Jan is in kickboxing range? All he really does is load up on single strikes, single shots. And with Adesanya's ability to hand fight, his ability to read his opponent, I just don't see Jan having any success in kickboxing range. He really needs to catch Adesanya with his blitzing attacks, or he's going to be in a lot of trouble. That is a good question, Dixon. Jan is saying... Dixon is saying Jan and Jan or both. Jan or both. Right now, mate, I like Peter Jan. Not so much Jan Blachowicz. Hey, what's up, Mayday? Good to see you, mate. TC saying that Jan was an underdog in most of his fights. I think he was, mate. You're right. You can kind of see why. Like, he does have a lot of weaknesses that his opponents could exploit. But I think a lot of the time his toughness carries him through. So that's the end of the first round. A whole lot of nothing happening there. Let's get into round two. We'll watch this round and then we'll move on. Then we'll get into Thiago Santos and Jan, which should give us a lot better information. So this round starts at 2 hours, 31 minutes and 42. So sync up round two for me, guys. Sync up round two. Sync up round two. And let's get it going in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. So one more round of this and then we'll move on. I think it's also really important to note that I'm sure Blachowicz's gas tank has improved a lot over the years, but you know, he hurt Reyes really bad in round 2. He knocked out Corey Anderson in round 1, and he hurt Rockhold early in round 2 as well. Is Blachowicz going to be as dangerous into the 3rd, 4th and 5th round? You know, if Izzy's chipping away at the body, chipping away at the legs? For how long in the fight is Jan going to carry that risk of the knockout? That would also be my question. And will Jan's output drop as the fight goes on and he starts to become more tired? You just see how Jan loads up on these single shots, right? In this range, I just do not see him causing Adesanya a problem at all. I think he's going to get outclassed in this range. Just very flat-footed, very slow. And again, you know, I know a guy earlier on said, yeah, Blachowicz is great at checking leg kicks. I don't think I've seen him check one leg kick. Both Jacare and Reyes have completely hammered that lead leg. So very, very excited to go and watch Santos against Jan, because we know Reyes has got a predominantly kick-based style of fighting, right? Whereas Santos, even though to be fair, Santos has got a kick-based style of fighting as well. He's dangerous with his hands also. And so, be interested to see what Jan's boxing defense looks like. But this fight is sending me to sleep. I think there's someone outside. Guys, I'll just answer the door. I'll be right back. You carry on watching, and then we'll get into Santos versus Blachowicz. Oh, don't go anywhere. I'll literally be 2 minutes. What's up, guys? Sorry about that. We're back. We're back. Sorry about that. We are back, guys. Owly is saying, how much heavier than Adesanya do you think Jan will be on fight night? I think I've seen Izzy say that he walks around at like 210, 215, something like that, right? I would imagine Jan walks around at maybe like 220, 225, maybe 230, something like that. So maybe like, what's that going to be? Like a 10 to 15 pound weight difference? Anyway, let's get into a more interesting fight. Let's take a look at Santos versus Blachowicz, right? Let's get into this one. So sync this one up for me, guys. Sync it up. And we will get into this one now. This one should be a lot more interesting. So sync this one up. Alexa Babic is saying Jan's walking around at 240. I'm quite surprised by that. I am very, very surprised by that. Is that a fact? Or have you seen that somewhere? I didn't realise that. Oh, that's great news. Great news, man. Cardiff 1-0 up. Thanks for letting me know, boys. Let's see who scored. I would love to be watching that game right now. Let's see who scored. We're on a fucking roll right now, man. We are doing work in the championship. That should put us back in the playoffs. If we can obviously win. Bakuna. Bakuna doesn't score very many. That should put us back in the playoffs. Yep. Very nice. Sneaking into the playoffs. Although, obviously, a couple of games in hand over Barnsley and Bournemouth. And we haven't won yet. Hey, but it doesn't hurt. Our new manager, Mick McCarthy, fucking doing work, man. Nice one for letting me know, boys. Cheers. Hopefully, they don't ruin my night. Hopefully, they can keep this up, right? Anyway, let's get into the next one. Let's go. Oh, nice one. Thanks, Alexa Babic. So, Jan's friend told him that he walks around at 240. I'm quite surprised by that. I'm very, very surprised. If he walks around at 240, cuts to 205, weighs in at 205 on fight day, I'm guessing he'll blow back up to like 225 maybe, day after weigh-ins, something like that. Anyway, let's get into the next one. Sync it up, get it going. Let's get it going. Oh, actually, have I given you the link? I have given you the link. I haven't synced it up myself. Sorry about that, guys. So what we're doing here, obviously, we're evaluating Blachowicz, but we're also starting to take a look at Thiago Santos here, because we're going to move straight into researching Santos and Rakic after this. So this fight starts at 3 minutes and 5 seconds. That's 3 minutes and 5 seconds. So how long ago was this for Santos? So what we'll do, actually, because we're now moving into Santos versus Rakic, we'll also just run through the X factors on this one. So, okay, so the fight was 2 years ago, but because of the knee injuries that Santos sustained against Jones, he's only fought twice since this fight. So, hasn't been that active since this. So, Santos getting up there in age as well, 37 years old, 6'2", 76-inch reach. Remember, everything that we said about Blachowicz applies to Thiago Santos too. Father times undefeated. You know, Santos is 37 years old, although he has just turned 37 last month. Or in January, we're now in March, right? So father times undefeated. Rakic is obviously going to be a lot younger, 29 years old. So Rakic is going to be 8 years younger than Santos. So for context, I think the younger fighter wins around 67% of the time when there's an 8-year age gap in a fight. So straight away, the numbers are on Rakic's side just in terms of age. If you just literally blind blanket bet every single fight based on age, you would be getting value on Rakic. So his odds at the moment are currently around about an average of, you shop around, you get say 1.64, right? So 1.64 minus 156 for an implied probability of 61%. And if we take a look at the odds on Santos, currently around 2.30, which would be plus 130 for an implied probability of 43%. So in the eyes of the bookies, roughly 60-40 in favour of Rakic. So Rakic, 6'4" with a 78-inch reach. Santos is 6'2" with a 76-inch reach. So a little bit of a size and reach advantage for Rakic, nothing major. Now, one thing I've just realised is both these guys train at ATT in Florida, right? Pretty sure Rakic trains at ATT and so does Santos. So I'm wondering how that is working itself out and if either of these guys have left ATT. I don't think Santos is, because I saw him with his girlfriend Yana Kunitskaya last week. And I know Kunitskaya is definitely still at ATT. So if Kunitskaya is at ATT, I would imagine that Santos is still there as well. And there he is in the main ATT gym at Florida, February the 8th. Okay, so we definitely know Santos is still at ATT. What about Rakic? Where's he off to these days? Let's take a look. Is he still at ATT? He's got the ATT branding in the background. This was 5 days ago. But is he training at an ATT affiliate gym? There's a few dotted round right in Atlanta, and I think there's actually two ATT gyms in Florida now. Yeah, I don't think this is the main ATT gym. I think this is an affiliate gym. So it looks like they're both still at ATT, but Rakic has trained Satoshi Ishii on the far right. It does look like Rakic has moved to an ATT affiliate gym. I'm trying to work out which one though. I'm not seeing. Obviously the Lima brothers, Diego and Douglas Lima and Rowan Carnero, own the ATT affiliate gym in Atlanta. It doesn't look like that one. Not sure. But it is notable to me. It is very notable to me that Rakic and Santos were both training at the main ATT gym, and now Rakic has moved, where he's not going to have the infrastructure of the main ATT gym around him, right? These ATT coaches I don't recognise, so he's going to miss out on like Conan Silveira, you know, Mike Brown. Okay, so it's notable the Rakic has left the gym. Not probably temporarily, right? But it's still notable. Why did I close that down? Okay, so yeah, the only major X factor I would say is age here. Like I say, statistically, the younger fighter wins 67% of the time when there's an 8-year age gap in a fight. What that basically means is, Rakic is going to be making big improvements from fight to fight because he hasn't even hit his prime yet and he's still learning. Whereas Santos is obviously going to start to decline from fight to fight now, with him being at the tail end of his career, especially because, again, he's had almost 30 pro fights, been in a lot of wars, spent a lot of time in the cage, and has been competing against a really high level of opponent for a long time now, dating back to his time on The Ultimate Fighter. Oh, interesting. So Michael Knight is saying American top teams are Greb. Very interesting. Very interesting. And that would make sense because Satoshi Ishii trains with Mirko Krokop in Croatia, right? And there was a guy with... there was a guy in shorts in one of the pictures with Croatian flag on the shirt. So nice spot there, Michael, dude. Thanks a lot, mate. Sean Sully is saying, I'm really not worried about any size difference. You need a certain set of skills to make those count. Jan doesn't have the footwork or speed coming forward to use that size to his advantage to grind on Izzy. Just makes him slower and easier to hit. That's a good point, man. Michael Knight saying, add 3 years of age to substantial knee injury. It's not a bad point as well, man. It affects your mobility, right? And it affects your ability to train. When you lose all that athleticism, when you're on the bench injured, it's obviously got to take a while to get that back, right? And the older you are, the harder it is to get that back, I guess. So well said, Michael, dude. Dixon Yamami. Dixon, very nice. I fell for it. Dixon, bro, you got me. That's the first time anyone's ever got me. You got me, dude. Not the first time in life. First time on Twitch anyone's ever got me, bro. 10-9, Dixon. You win, dude. You win. There you go. Got me, dude. Straight up. Killed. People try and get me with them all the time. You got me, mate. No one's ever got me. You got me, dude. Congratulations, man. Dixon is saying, I always thought Izzy was a small middleweight in terms of walk-around weight. I think there's a chance we see him weigh in at 202 like Machida. Yeah, maybe, man. Could do. Although I will say this. The weight cuts... Oh, I can't... Boys, you got to follow me on Twitch. You've got to follow me on Twitch, right? If this live stream was on Twitch, I'd be able to go on YouTube now, pull up some of Adesanya's recent weigh-ins, and we'd be able to see how bad he looked weighing in. But we can't do that on YouTube because the fucking YouTube will shut the stream down for copyright. But I'm not sure, man. Izzy's a big guy, 6'4". He's looked rough at the weigh-ins recently. Maybe not. I'm not sure. Boxing Bets Germany, what's up, dude? He is saying Israel Adesanya said on the Joe Rogan podcast that he walks around at 200, 205. Yeah. That's what I thought, man. I remember that's where I got it from, right? When someone earlier on asked how big Izzy was, I remember him saying that on the podcast. But it was 1 year ago, so no idea if this is the case in 2021. Nice one, dude. Nice one, mate. Oh, nice one, Alexa and Boxing Bets Germany letting us know as well. American top team Croatia. So that's not a good thing, right? Where we were saying Rakic is a young guy, he's going to be making big improvements from fight to fight. He's going to be improving much faster at ATT in Florida than ATT Croatia, which is basically going to be just a small regional gym, right? Which isn't going to have the highest level training partners. I know Satoshi Ishii's there, but Ishii's nothing like Thiago Santos, so that's not going to help him. Although I know Mirko Krokop was where Mirko Krokop's gym was where Satoshi Ishii was training, but then I know Krokop had a stroke or something, right, and stopped training, because I was going to say there's not many better guy or not many better styles to prepare you for someone like Santos than Krokop. Krokop has got a pretty similar style to Thiago Santos, very very kicks-based style of striking, right? Krokop's biggest weapon was his big head kicks. That's Thiago Santos' biggest weapon. But I'll stop talking now and let's get into the footage. So everyone got this one synced up. 3 minutes and 5 seconds. I've been talking for a while, so I'll drop the links back in for anyone that has not got the link or maybe just come. There it is, everybody. So we'll get this one going now. Round 1. And Appleman is saying, Izzy always says he hardly cuts any weight, but he always looks so sucked out and he cries on embedded making weight. Yeah, it's a weird one, right, Appleman? Like, going back to what... Let's start this first round going. Let's sync it up. Get it going in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. It is weird. It is weird. Like, what Boxing Bets Germany said, I remember Izzy saying that on the Joe Rogan podcast. But that doesn't really make any sense to me because Izzy has been looking really bad at the weigh-ins in his last few fights. Like, he's literally looked like a skeleton. Like Appleman was saying, his face is so sucked in. So that it's strange that he looks that bad when... It's strange that he looks that bad if he really is just walking around at 205, 210. That would be a little bit weird. Maybe he's just kind of saying that so that... You know, if he did go up to light heavyweight, and back then, I think even on the Joe Rogan podcast, right, he was saying how he wanted to fight John Jones. You know, maybe he was saying, I only walk around at like 205, 200 pounds. So if he did go up and beat John, he could be like you were way bigger than me and I still whooped you. Maybe. We know Izzy loves to... You know Izzy's a confident guy, right? He likes to fuck about. But then at the same time, one thing about Izzy, he also seems really authentic. Like, Izzy just doesn't seem like the kind of guy that would make shit up. So, I don't know. There's two ways to look at it. Maybe his gamesmanship on his part, though, so that when he does move up to light heavyweight, you know, people think he's going to be small. And, you know, maybe that's his way of maybe getting in the heads of the guys at 205. But what I will say is, Izzy is a huge guy, man. 6'4". Like, do you know what I mean? Like, he's got a big frame. He's got a really big frame. So this is what I'm interested in here, right? Santos, high-level kickboxer. We want to see how Santos is going to deal with these blitzing attacks of Blachowicz, right? That's when Blachowicz is at his most dangerous. Let's see how Santos deals with him. And that's really the system that Blachowicz alternates through, right? Either blitzing forward or just loading up on big single shots in kickboxing range. He doesn't do a lot else from what we've seen. And out of all the fighters or all the fights we've watched, Santos has the most similar style to Izzy, right? Santos is southpaw here. So we haven't really seen any stance switches from Blachowicz in the other fights. But he's switching stances here, which is interesting. Because when he does switch stances to southpaw to match Santos' southpaw, he takes away that inside leg kick that Santos is hammering him with. So Blachowicz back to orthodox now. Look at that. So as soon as Blachowicz goes to orthodox, you see Santos throw two big leg kicks. That's really, really notable to me. Again, that just says to me, you know, Blachowicz is very, very vulnerable to leg kicks, and we see these kickboxers like Reyes, like Santos, look to exploit that. And to try and take that leg kick away from him, Blachowicz is... Well, to try and take that leg kick away from Santos, Blachowicz is switching stances, which is not working. So he's back to southpaw now. Back to orthodox. And now from orthodox, we're seeing Santos hammer that inside leg. He came forward looking for it again then. You can see with how he came forward and then switched stances. He came forward to let that power left leg go. And when Blachowicz backed up, he switched stances because it wasn't there for him anymore, because Blachowicz moved out of the range in which he could land it. And both guys orthodox now. Tons of stance switches here, which is interesting because Adesanya switches stances a lot, right? So Yan shoots a really nice deep double leg takedown here. Santos does a really good job of getting that underhook in play on the left side. Blachowicz tried to drive through. Santos cleared his legs. Do you know what? Santos was off balance there. If Blachowicz would have driven through for a little bit longer, I think he could have got that takedown there. Santos was off balance. Now, one thing I've noticed throughout Jan's career is when he just grapples even a little bit, he starts to look a lot flatter. Now, the one contradiction to that would be the Luke Rockhold fight where, early in round 2, he carried enough power to really, hurt Rockhold bad. But then if we look at the Jacare fight, the Patrick Cummins fight, the Gustafsson fight, when you make this guy grapple even a little bit, even the Corey Anderson fight, the second Corey Anderson fight, remember we were saying after Corey Anderson, tied Blachowicz up and made him work against the cage for a little bit, Blachowicz was breathing very, very heavily after that in the Corey Anderson fight. I know he knocked Corey out, but he was still breathing heavy. We saw Jan shoot that takedown there on Santos. And after Santos stuffed that takedown, Jan started, taking really deep breaths towards the end of that round. So that'll be interesting to keep an eye on here. And again, it just makes it less likely that Jan's going to try and utilise a grappling-based game plan. I just don't think he has the gas tank for it. Similar with Sterling, really. Sterling's a fucking nightmare in round 1. You know what I mean? If Sterling grabs a hold of you in round 1, you're in trouble. But into the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th round, his grappling becomes so less effective. And we'll talk about that in more detail tomorrow, right? When we do the YouTube vid for that fight. But anyway, let's get round 2 going. It starts at 9 minutes and 11 seconds. That's 9 minutes and 11 seconds. Let's get it going. Sync it up, get it going in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Hey, Dixon's brought up a really good point. Dixon is saying that Adesanya's got a similar body type and wingspan to John Jones, and John Jones was never a big weight cutter either. That's a really good point, man. I think Jones walked around at like 220, didn't he? Because I'm pretty sure that when John has spoken about his move up to heavyweight, he said that he's going to be so much faster than the heavyweights because he only walks around at like 220, 225. So he's going to be on the very bottom end of the heavyweight scale. What's the minimum you can weigh in for heavyweight? It's 225 to 220, 225 to 265, right? Or is it 220 to 265? I know there's a cut off. I'm sure it's 225. I could be wrong. I don't remember anyone weighing in at 220 for a really long time, but I have seen some undersized heavyweights, guys like Alan Crowder weighing in at about 225, 230, 225, 230, something like that, I think. With Alexander Rakic, one of the things that gives me the heebie-jeebies about Rakic is one of the things that I don't like about Adesanya, where because they're from those traditional kickboxing backgrounds, they fight with their hands low, they want to see everything coming. Rakic is one of these guys, fights with his hands low, and when his opponent comes forward and attacks, he just looks to, move back and slip the shot by, moving his head back, evading the strike with head movement. But it just makes me a little bit nervous against someone like Santos because of how fast he can cover distance. I always worry a guy like Rakic is going to get caught cold. Having said that, even though it's scary when you watch him because he leaves his chin up high and exposed when he moves his head back like that, he has fought some heavy hitters, and to be honest, he passed with flying colours. Like, he went 3 hard rounds with Oezdemir. And I've watched that fight about 5 times since because I bet Rakic in that matchup and it was a very, very bad decision. I've watched that fight 5 times and every time I watch it I feel more and more confident that Rakic won 29-28 easily. It was a really bad decision. And realistically, one of the reasons why it was such a bad decision was I know Oezdemir hurt Rakic with leg kicks, but Oezdemir didn't land a clean punch in 15 minutes. So Rakic's striking defense definitely looks scary. But it does work for him. I know he got dropped a couple times by Devin Clark off funky shit like spinning elbows. But Rakic's striking defense is Rakic is pretty difficult to hit. Even though, the way he kind of fights with his hands down low, chin up high is kind of terrifying. And we're just seeing Blachowicz not effective here, right? Struggling to deal with the speed of Santos, the range of strikes that Santos is throwing at him. Oh, Jesus, I did not know that, JB. I'm surprised it's 205. I thought it was higher than that. JB, what do you think about this fight, dude? Have you been watching, dude? Let me know what you think, JB. And Santos missed with a huge left hook by a whisker there. Jan read it well and just slipped his head out the way. I think this fight shows that Jan's going to struggle to out-volume Adesanya. Hasn't really landed much on Santos, right? Very, very few head strikes. You know, he's landed some range-finding kicks, but very, very few head strikes. Alright guys, sync up round 3 for me. So round 3 starts in about 15 minutes and 19 seconds. About 15 minutes and 19 seconds. Sync it up guys, 15 minutes and 19 seconds. Let's get it going. Let's go, let's go. Oh, that's true. Brett Landefeld is just reminding us that Izzy's weighed in under 185. Or under 100, yeah, it would be a 185 championship weight, right? Izzy's weighed in light. That is a good point. You know what's really weird about that, though? I remember when Izzy has weighed in light at like 182 or 183, still looked really bad weighing in, which is really weird because, you know, he could have given himself an extra allowance, you know, or extra little bit of room. Alexander Babic is saying Santos is always trying to find boxing middle range Izzy will not risk. It's kind of how I feel about him, mate. I don't feel like Izzy's going to be there for Jan when he blitzes in, you know? Anyway, let's get this next one going. Sync it up. Round 3. Get it going in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. JB is saying, I've been watching. I don't like how much naturally heavier Jan is. You can see there's a real heaviness to Jan's strikes, right? Like we were saying, you know, heavyweights look really slow. But, you know, they just carry major power in their hands. You can see there is a weightiness to Blachowicz. Well said, man. Izzy is more skilled everywhere, but grappling won't matter because Jan gasses. But Jan is in a zone right now, and with his size, it just takes one punch. Gun to my head, I'd be Izzy, but no doubt I'll pre-bet it. So that is going to be pretty much it for the Jan versus Izzy footage. I think we've seen enough there. I do think Izzy is the right side to be on, 100%, and I think with his odds improving, he is becoming a very, very interesting bet here. So at 1.44, minus 227, 69% improbability. I do think that Jan's path to victory is limited to a puncher's chance, but he's a big old, you know, big old guy. Maybe it happens. Maybe he's the first guy to stop Izzy. I just think it's really, really, really unlikely. Really, really unlikely. But you never know, man. You never know. We've certainly watched enough footage for everyone to make their mind up. I would definitely not be betting Blachowicz here because I believe Flash KO is his only chance of winning. He's not going to be able to use grappling against Izzy. he's not going to be able to out-volume Izzy and win a decision over 5 rounds. He's probably going to knock Izzy out. For all the reasons we discussed, I do think that's unlikely. So let's move in now, or move on, or we've already moved on, right, to the Santos versus Rakic fight. So we've just watched a bit of Santos. Let's now go take a look at Rakic. So we'll start off with his last fight against Anthony Smith. Let's take a look at this. Let's grab you a link. So sync this one up. Let's get it going, guys. Sync it up. Dixon saying Kevin Holland has a similar thing going on. He barely cuts the middleweight with a massive frame. He was 193 for mandatory fight day, or fight day weigh-in for UFC 227 in California. And Kid Tony saying people with those types of frames don't carry a lot of water weight, so the cut seems a lot harder. Very interesting. Nice one, Tony, for dropping the knowledge, dude. Alright, let's get into the next one. Let's go. Let's go. Let's get into it, guys. Let's get it going. So, round 1. Oh, hang on. So what I'm interested in looking at here is, obviously Rakic utilised a really grappling heavy game plan against Smith, which could be very effective against Santos, because we know he tends to fade very hard if you take him down. But we need to look at Rakic's offensive wrestling, right? What's the probability of him being able to get the fight on the ground and keep the fight on the ground? Like, we all know Jan is probably a better grappler than Adesanya, but it doesn't mean anything because Jan can't get the fight to the ground and keep it on the ground, right? That's what we're looking at here. Can Rakic get the fight to the ground and keep it on the ground? It might be difficult to gauge from this fight because Smith's takedown defense is so bad. And the worst thing about Smith is when you do take him down, he's not one of these guys that shows any urgency to work back up to his feet. He just fishes for long shot submissions off his back. So that probably won't tell us too much about Rakic's top game or his offensive wrestling. But at least we'll get a little bit of a feel for Rakic's grappling. Because if this fight stays standing, I'm probably not going to want to bet it, just because of how Rakic leaves his chin out there to be hit. I'm not going to be in love with betting Rakic in a stand-up fight, because of how dangerous Santos is. But I also don't feel great about betting Santos because of his age and because of how vulnerable he is on the ground, and because Rakic has shown a willingness to take his opponents down. So I will definitely consider a bet on Rakic here if I think he can get Santos down and keep him down. And hopefully this fight will give us some clues as to whether that's going to be possible or not. So let's get this first round going. It starts at 3 minutes and 7 seconds in. 3 minutes, 7 seconds. Let's get it going in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Let's go, let's go. So one more thing that is interesting here. Remember, we saw Santos chip away at the lead leg with those leg kicks against Jan, which, forced Jan to switch stances. Obviously, we know Uzdemir destroyed that lead leg of Rakic, because Rakic, just like Jimmy Rivera, we were talking about last week how much trouble Munoz would be able to cause Rivera with those leg kicks. And again here, we just see Rakic very heavy on that lead leg, which is going to be wide open to Santos being able to, chop that tree down. Here, because both these guys are in the orthodox stance, you're seeing Smith hammer that outside left leg, and Rakic giving him some back. But obviously we know Santos is southpaw, so the inside leg kick will be there against Rakic. What JB was saying though earlier on about size and the physicality of Jan, I do think that may weigh in here. You know, Rakic, even though in terms of like size and wingspan, he's not that much bigger than Santos, he does seem like a big, strong, physically imposing light heavyweight. Whereas whereas Santos has obviously previously fought at middleweight. So that's something to think about. Rakic does have the physicality on his side. Smith fishing for a back take, but he doesn't really have a lot. He's only got one hook in. So knowing Smith, he probably pulls guard here. I can't exactly remember what happened, but he's the kind of guy that will pull guard, right? He's basically just been flattened out, so we now get to see a bit of Rakic in top position. Like I say, Smith never makes an effort to work back up to his feet, so Rakic is going to be able to rack up a lot of top control here. But Rakic is doing a good job of staying tight to Smith, not giving him any space in the bottom, driving his head into the shoulder area of Smith to make it difficult for him to get his body out from underneath Rakic and start the wall walk. So even though, you know, Smith isn't really going to make much of an attempt to get back up to his feet, the positive is that Rakic is doing everything right. He's doing everything that he should do. You can see Rakic just giving Smith no space from top position. You can see Rakic with his size, with his physicality, with how he's, you know, not giving Smith any space on the bottom. His top game is probably pretty heavy. Hey, what's up, Tivo? Good to see you, dude. Good to see you, mate. And the annoying thing is, I think the second and third round play out a lot like this, right? Where Smith just gives up a weak takedown or pulls guard and just accepts being on the bottom. You see, though, as Smith thought about wall walking there, he started to think about clearing his legs out from underneath Rakic and wall walking. See how he's doing it now? See how he's scooting his butt out from underneath Rakic and getting his back tight to the cage? As he did that, I do like how Rakic went to the body lock, so that if Smith did start to pop back up and wall walk, he could use that body lock to reap the legs back out from underneath Smith. So Rakic is doing everything right here. And do you know what I really, really like about Rakic? If we sync up round 2. So round 2 starts in 9 minutes and 19 seconds. Sync it up, guys. 9 minutes and 19 seconds. What I really, really like about Rakic... In fact, let's just get this going. Let's get it going in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. What I really like about Rakic is that after the Smith fight, he said, hey, listen, motherfuckers, I know it was a boring performance. You know, I know that it wasn't an exciting fight, but I knew that if I used my wrestling... Oh, see, that's my issue with Rakic. That is my issue. See how he got dinged with that big right hand there? Rakic solely relies on head movement to evade strikes, and he's very good at it. Smith basically pulled guard again there. Rakic is very, very good at using that head movement to evade strikes, but because he fights with his hands low, he is there to be hit. But I do like Rakic's fight IQ, where after this fight he was saying, look, I know it wasn't entertaining, I know it was boring, but I knew if I just used my grappling, I could beat this guy easily and not take any damage. So I do like that. It's a sign of fight IQ, it's a sign of intelligence. It's also a sign of discipline that Rakic is mature enough as a fighter to, you know, stick to a game plan, not put himself in danger, which is ironic because, you know, fighting with your hands this low, chin up high and exposed, it does put you at risk of being caught with something big, you know. But the problem is, because Smith has basically pulled guard here for a second time, we know he's just not going to make much of an effort to get back up to his feet here. So we got another 3.5 minutes of just watching Smith fish for long shot submissions off his back. He's gone to a triangle off his back here, which is a defensive position. That just means he's not making any effort to get back up here. But we're just going to see Smith accept being in this position, make no effort to get back up to his feet, fish for long shot submissions, and obviously Smith can completely shut down, you know, Smith's submission attempts off his back with his physicality, his strength, his athleticism. Taz is saying Yan became a father after becoming champ. Don't know if that's a factor. It could be, dude. It's definitely it's the most motivating thing that's ever happened to me, man. I was a fucking bum until I had my son. An absolute bum, and then it lit a fire underneath me. Dixon is saying that Izzy is walking around under 200 pounds right now and would come in as light as 193 on Saturday. That sounds like not good. Hopefully he's joking. I'm going to try and find that interview later on, because that would definitely scare me away from betting on Izzy. That would be pretty scary. Just taking a look at what Bitcoin's doing while Smith's fucking about on his back. So there might be a trade on the table here, boys. Not going to lie. Little shorty short is starting to look interesting on the Bitcoin. Don't want to get distracted though, but there is a bottom fish there. Smith is literally doing absolutely nothing. I'm going to sit this one out. I think this one needs a little bit longer to cook. I do think Bitcoin moves down from here, but it might bounce first and have a little bit of upside for a few hours. I wouldn't say this one's necessarily gonna free fall. It might actually. It might actually. This one's tempting. Short is very tempting here, but I'm up a good amount today. Up a really nice amount this week, and this one's borderline for me. My lean is definitely down here, but maybe these EMAs can drag price action back up on the hourly. But the 4 hour looks really bad. Lower high, about to roll over, right? See this downtrend. I'm going to sit it out. We'll just focus on the cage fighting. Maybe I'll have a look at it later if it's still in play. So it's tough. It is a tough fight to kind of gauge Rakic's grappling, because we're not seeing Rakic fight someone like Santos that's going to be looking to scramble back to their feet as soon as they get taken down. You know, Smith is so accepting of being on the bottom. So YOLO 420 is saying the DeFi perpetual chart is looking very bearish. Let's take a look, man. So sync up round 3 while we take a look at this one. Sync it up. It's going to be this one. Let's take a look at this one, right? What's the ticker, dude? Let me know the ticker. DeFi dash perp. Let me know the it's gotta be this one, right? take a look. Not enough data on the weekly. Yeah, the 2-day looks a little bit nasty, dude, because you've got your high, second lower height, third lower height. So clearly looks like in a downtrend now. That's the 2-day. 1 day, again, you know, you're in an uptrend, high, lower high, third lower high. So yeah, downtrend. 12 hour. 12 hour, I'm not so sure, man. Not so sure, because you've got this high here, but then you've got a higher low relative to this low, and technically a higher high relative to this this previous high, and you've you know, you're right on the 55 EMA, so could be forming another uptrend. So the 12 hour not clear. 8 hour. 8 hour is very confusing, because you've got lower lows, but the price action there is so tight, I don't actually know if it's a lower high or a higher high. It literally, for anyone that doesn't think technical analysis works, it literally to the dollar has reached the same price point there and there. So we don't actually know. That's just bog standard resistance now, right? But this is a little bit goofy. What's going on here? This retest the 55 is kind of broken structure, but it was in a downtrend. 4 hour. Now, see, 4 hours gone to the dollar as well. And that's even a lower low relative to this low. Hourly. Hourly's in a clear uptrend. Yeah, it's tricky, that one, dude. A little bit tricky. A little bit tricky for me. A little bit tricky, mate. Not gonna lie. Not too sure. Alright, let's get into it. Let's go, let's go. You haven't missed loads, Jake. How long you been asleep for, dude? Will A is saying, do you think we will see another all-time high for Bitcoin this year? I'm not sure, man. I'm not too sure, dude. What do you think, mate? I think that there's so much institutional money in crypto now that I'd be really surprised if we saw, you know, a downtrend and a sell-off. I'd be surprised if we see a downtrend that lasts as long as 2018 and 2019, and I'd be surprised if we saw a sell-off as nasty as early 2018, just because there's so many more institutions involved now. Grayscale, ARK, you know, Elon is not an institution, obviously, but you know, he's kind of becoming a bit of a front man for Bitcoin and crypto, so you know, that helps drive it. We didn't have any of this really back in 2018, so I'm sure Bitcoin does have some downside sometime soon. But yeah, I could see it going to all-time high in 2021 for sure, man. Too many powerful people with deep pockets are too invested in it now. Do you know what I'm saying? I think it's only going to go from strength to strength, man. Still very early in its life cycle. Still nowhere near the market cap of gold, which, to be fair, is kind of the same thing, right? So yeah, let's get into it. Let's go get into round 3. Sync it up. Get it going in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Let's go. Let's go. God, boys, I am hungry. I don't know about you. How long have we been live streaming for? We've been going for 4 hours. Holy fuck. We've been going for 4 hours, boys. 4 hours. So I need some food. But we're going to finish this fight off. Then I'll go grab some food. Then I'll come back later on and do some more fight research. Probably won't live stream on YouTube later on because it's tough to live stream on YouTube. Their copyright algorithm is out of control, which means we can't really look at like footage in other promotions. We can't really look at like highlights. We can't look at weigh-ins. So I'll be live streaming on Twitch later on, or my website. Go to MMABettingTips.com, go to community, click Fight Research live streams. You can watch a stream on there as well. So I'll be back later on to do some more fights. But I'll go grab some food after this. Not sure what fight we're going to do later on. I'll have to look at how the odds are moving. I was thinking about doing Tim Elliott, Jordan Espinosa, just because I noticed Espinosa's odds are declining. And I do think that's a great stylistic matchup for him. But this fight's not telling us anything. Do you know what? Fuck this fight. We don't need to watch another 4 minutes of Smith laying on his back, not making any effort to get back up to his feet. Let's take a look at... What should we look at next? Let's take a look at Rakic versus Oezdemir, where there's obviously a lot more striking in this one. It was a stand-up fight, right? So sync this one up. This is Rakic versus Oezdemir. Let's sync this one up. I mean, this Smith-Rakic fight is a waste of time, right? Complete waste of time. The main reason why it's a waste of time is because we're not even getting to see any of Rakic's offensive wrestling. You know, if Rakic was hitting takedowns, I'd be like, at least it's giving us some insight into whether Rakic is going to be able to get Santos down. But Smith's just pulling guards, so we're not even getting that. So sync up Oezdemir Rakic, man. It starts at 1 minute 38. Yeah, fuck this fight, right, JB, dude? Sync this up. It starts at 1 minute 38. Sync it up, guys. Sync it up. Sync it up. 1 minute 38. Oh, mate, I get. You know what? Every fucking time I watch this fight, I get angrier and angrier. Like Oezdemir literally doesn't land the punch in 15 minutes and wins the decision. I know he fucks up Rakic's leg really bad, but you know what kills me about the decision on this fight? Most of the damage to Rakic's leg occurs in round 2. So if Rakic is like limping and switching stances because of damage to his leg in round 3, you can't penalise him for that if the damage was inflicted in round 2. If Oezdemir, you know, inflicted big damage with leg kicks in round 3, I can understand where you're coming from, but he didn't. It's like if a fighter gets knocked down in round 1. You can't then score round 2 against them because they got knocked down in round 1. You got to look at every round as an individual fight. So when you hear people say, oh, you know, I think Oezdemir won this fight with leg kicks, I'm like, bro, he didn't throw a fucking leg kick in round 3. So how exactly did he win? Bothers me, man. It's a weird one, right, Mike? It is a strange one, dude. Alright, let's get this next one going. And do you know what? I'm not even going to score this fight round by round because I've done it fucking 5 times, and every time I score the fight round by round I get angrier and angrier at the decision. This one cost me a lot of money. So anyway, let's get this next one going. Sync it up, get it going in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Let's go, let's go. JB, what fight would you like us to do later on, man? Let me know, JB. Jake Capelli taking the words out of my mouth. Literally, like if you look back, you know, one key component of like a lot of successful businesses is having like a front man that will push the company forward. So like Microsoft had Bill Gates, Apple had Steve Jobs. You know, you think about these really charismatic CEOs that will go out in front of the camera, talk to the media, get people to fall in love with their businesses. It's like a really big strength, man. It's why I'm really, really high on Penn Sports, because now they've got Dave Portnoy, you know, as a front man. And I've always felt like to some extent that's what Bitcoin's been missing in terms of, you know, if you look at like a business, right? A business has always got people pushing it forward. You know, people that work for the business, the board of directors, the brand ambassadors, you know, the CEO, the owner of the business, the person that created it up. They're always trying to drive that business forward. Whereas Bitcoin's always missed out on that. It's, you know, its decentralized nature meant that no one really had a vested interest in it. It was no one's baby, right? Plenty of people that were passionate about Bitcoin and loved it and talked about it, and influencers who wanted to push it forward, but it was no one's creation, right? It was no one's baby. When you see guys like Elon and Cathie Wood come in and get behind Bitcoin, it's literally a game changer. It's exactly the same as what Logan Paul's done for Pokemon. When you have these figures with huge influence, it just drives something forward so much. And so long as they stay passionate about it and they continue to talk about it, it's always going to push it forward. Like, Tesla's never going to fail so long as Elon's alive, because people love Elon Musk. It's as simple as that. That's what it's a career, right? That's what influencing is a career. What is an influencer? These influencers that make hundreds of thousands of dollars, or millions of dollars a year, taking pictures of them holding shit, on Instagram, having a picture taken in front of a car, or promoting a CBD product or a perfume or something. That's what influencers are, man. And essentially, guys like Steve Jobs, Bill Gates, I know they pushed the company forward, but they were also influencers, right? Early influencers, brand ambassadors. Steve Jobs would get in front of a camera and tell anyone that would listen about how his products were the best products in the world, and how his company was the greatest company in the world. And when you have someone like Elon, Tesla make amazing products, but Tesla wouldn't be Tesla if it wasn't for Elon Musk, adding that influencer aspect to the brand. You look at like other electric car companies like NIO. Let's be completely real with you. BMW make fantastic, electric vehicles. Show me a better hybrid car than the BMW i8. It doesn't exist. The i8 is the best hybrid car you can get. Just going back to the fight a little bit, that little sequence, that little exchange there between Rakic and Oezdemir is what bothers me about this fight for Santos. You just see Rakic plant his feet right in front of Oezdemir, hands down low, chin up high and exposed, and just gets into these crazy exchanges. That really, really bothers me against Santos, because Santos throws long hooks. He can cover a lot of distance with his power hooks. And with how Rakic just leaves his chin up high and exposed, he is there to be hit. That's the danger here for Rakic. You see him do it again there. Did you see that? Rakic came forward in a straight line, hands down low, chin up high, winging bombs in a straight line. And Oezdemir just didn't have the timing to catch him. But I don't think Oezdemir is a very good boxer. I think Oezdemir is very overrated. There's so much more danger when you're attacking someone like Santos because of the speed in which they can punish you for a split-second mistake. So this fight is kind of confirming all my fears about Rakic, where no one... I mean, Devin Clark dropped him... Did Devin Clark drop him once and then wobble him once with spinning attacks, right? But no one's really been able to punish Rakic for fighting with his hands low. We know Santos can. We know Santos can, right? So sync up round 2 for me. Let's get round 2 going. Starts at 7 minutes and 58 seconds. Hey, nice one, London boy. Thanks for letting me know, mate. Let's see who scored. Nice one, London boy, dude. Cheers, mate. 2-0 up. Home and dry now, boys. Back in the playoffs. That's what we like. It's 3-0. Wait, why settle for 2? Why settle for 2? Bakuna, Kiefer Moore. Oh, Bakuna's scored 2. Fucking hell. I don't think Bakuna's scored in about a year. And then goes and grabs himself two goals in one game. Maybe he's playing in a more advanced position or something. He is. He's playing as an attacking midfielder, which would explain why he has actually scored 2 goals when he barely ever scores. Very, very nice in that advanced position, just behind Shea Ojo, Kiefer Moore. Beautiful work. And we're now back in the playoffs, man. Man, I would love Cardiff back in the Premier League. It would make all my hopes and dreams come true. My dad is 75 years old. We've both got season tickets for Cardiff. We go to every game. and it would make him very, very, very happy to see us back in the Premier League. So hopefully we can keep it up. Our new manager, Mick McCarthy, is doing absolute fucking work at the moment. Look at this winning streak we're on. McCarthy has just been an absolute game changer. Look at the form with the old manager. How does this even happen? Look at that shit. Look at that shit. Those were our results under Neil Harris. Literally, Mick McCarthy hasn't barely signed a single player, and look at how quickly the results change. It's bonkers. I think the Millwall game was his first game in charge. It might have been Barnsley, I'm not sure. Maybe Millwall, but fucking what a turnaround, man. Shout out to Mick McCarthy. Let's do it, JB. Let's do it, man. Let's do it. Let's do Matthews Brady later on. Spiz is looking tough at the moment, man. I'm probably not going to be betting this one, just because I'm worried about Rakic's striking defense with how he fights with his hands low, chin up high. He's definitely there to be hit, but at the same time, Santos is a total flake box on the ground. If you take him down, he just caves, and Rakic looks pretty naughty on the ground. So both guys have got pretty big weaknesses I think the other can exploit. So at these odds, I'm not really too interested in betting this one, but we'll keep going and we'll see what we might dig up. We'll take a look at the props as well. Let's get this second round going. Sync it up, get it going in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Let's go, guys. Let's go. Let's go. KCOH MMA is saying, can you take any predictors serious this week? Who's picking Anderson? I hope so, dude, because I'm actually picking Anderson, mate. I hope so. I think you'd have to be an absolute fucking dumbass to pick Megan Anderson, to pick Amanda Nunes. You know, if you think about it realistically, Nunes at about 1.08. Like, there's just like absolutely no point in picking Nunes. You know, at the end of the day, Nunes is a really difficult stylistic matchup for Anderson. You know, Nunes can cause Anderson big problems standing, even bigger problems on the ground. But realistically, there's just no upside to betting Nunes. And we know, you know, Nunes has flaws, right? She's not the perfect fighter. She's not like a cyborg, which literally has no weaknesses that you can exploit. You know, your hope of beating Cyborg is a flash KO. That's literally about it. And that ain't fucking easy to do because she's got a granite chin. There's plenty of things you can do to cause Nunes a problem. You know, you can force her to work hard for takedowns so she burns herself out. You know, you can pressure her. She burns herself out. We've seen Nunes gas plenty of times in the past. And, you know, Nunes has never fought someone, you know, the 6 foot tall before, fights as long as Anderson. You know, I would say Nunes and Anderson are two of the only fighters in women's MMA with legit one-shot KO power. Maybe even the only two. I don't even think Cyborg has legit one-shot KO power, to be honest with you. Cyborg usually breaks her opponents down with pressure and volume. And so, you know, I think you've got to go dog or pass with Anderson Nunes, man. Obviously, Nunes is the more likely fighter to win. But, you know, at these odds, it's got to be Anderson all day, man, from a betting point of view. You know what I mean? JB's sharing a link here. What we got here, man? Ah, yes. Nice find, JB. Michael Knight saying he much prefers the over 1.5 rounds. And the fucking R word, man. The fucking R word. Yeah. Nice find, JB. What JB's basically saying is whenever a fighter mentions retirement, it already means that they've got 1 foot out the door. Do you know what, JB? That might be another experiment for us, bro. That might be actually another experiment for us, mate. That's a good experiment to track. What if we start tracking blind betting against fighters who have mentioned retirement? How does that profit and loss work? Or how does that profit and loss look, right? That's a really good one, JB. Just because You know, when a fighter mentions retirement, it already means they're thinking about other things. They've got one foot out the door. That can start to weigh on, you know, their motivation, how hard they train in the gym. You know, if they get put in a bad position in a fight, you know, do they still have the heart to fight through that bad position? You know, it's usually a career death sentence, right? When a fighter mentions retirement, it's almost always the end of the road. We've been talking in this live stream about how far the time catches up with everyone. I tell you what else is undefeated, the fucking R word. The fucking R word. There will always be exceptions to the rule, don't get me wrong. There will always be outliers, but as a general rule, when a fighter mentions the R word, retirement, it's fucking over. And I'm not saying Megan's going to beat Nunes or anything like that, but usually if a fighter starts to think about retirement, their career shortly after that will fall off a cliff. That tends to be how it goes. Will A is saying, has Romanov got a fight booked? I'm not sure, man. I haven't seen anything. Not too sure, mate. Artem Labov saying that Nunes might have an undisclosed injury. Artem Labov is saying, can Sterling submit Yan by taking his back? He showed it in brief flashes against Rivera. I do think there's a chance that Aljamain can catch Yan cold in round 1, like he did with Sandhagen. If we sync up round 3, I'll break the Yan Sterling fight down in the YouTube video tomorrow. I'll give you my I'll just briefly answer that question now. If we sync up round 3, get it going in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Let's get it going. So Aljamain is a fucking nightmare in round 1. Lots of drive on his takedown entries, very physically imposing with his grappling. I do think Sterling can submit Yan in round 1 just by catching him cold like he caught Sandhagen. And, you know, catching Yan in a bad position early before Yan has time to react to it. And I think he can submit Yan in that way. I think that Sterling's probability of submitting Yan past the first round falls off a cliff. I would say, if you're asking me what the probability is of Sterling submitting Yan after round 1, I would say less than 20%. Just because from round 1 onwards, Sterling's grappling really lacks a physicality. And Yan is so scrambly, it's just going to be so hard to tie him up in a bad position. And Appleman dropped major knowledge earlier on in the live stream when he said that that Sterling has only completed 6 takedowns since his fight against Reyes Barao. And a large part of that is, past the first round, he just doesn't have the physicality to drive in deep on his opponent's hips and take him down. He just doesn't. Aljamain is a nightmare for 1 round. You know, reasonably good for 2 rounds. Flat in the 3rd. But he relies on his ability to do enough in the 1st and 2nd round to win a 29-28 decision. But he's not. I seriously doubt if he's going to be able to grapple Yan hard for, you know, 3 rounds, let alone 5 rounds. Interesting, London boy. Very interesting, mate. London boy saying once DC said he'd retire and came back, he lost twice to Stipe. Very interesting, dude. It is a kiss of death, man. Oh, Appleman saying that Romanov scheduled to fight Juan Espino. That's a great bet, man, because a great fight, because Espino's one of the best wrestlers in the division. So there, you've got 2 of the best offensive wrestlers at heavyweight. yeah, the back take of Sandhagen was it was amazing. Sterling took the back very, very quickly. So 100% I think Sterling can cause Jan big trouble in round 1, but he doesn't have that same sharpness, speed and physicality to his grappling past round 1 from what I've seen. Maybe he will in this fight, you know what I mean? You know, it's the biggest fight of his career, title fight. Maybe Sterling will come in much better shape than usual, so maybe his grappling will look better into the first, into the second round. But it's very hard to see Sterling having success with his grappling in the 3rd, 4th and 5th. Even late on in this fight, Rakic is taking gambles though. Notice how Rakic is just literally... You see Rakic had Oezdemir stuck with or trapped with his back against the cage. Rakic is literally stood flat-footed in Oezdemir, winging these big power hooks, but he's just not moving his head. And then when Oezdemir fires back, isn't that accurate, so only lands glancing shots. It's only when those glancing shots land that Rakic then decides maybe I should move back here. So, man, Rakic is definitely there to be hit. And like I say, I don't really rate Oezdemir's boxing that high. And so, Oezdemir is not the best position to make Rakic pay, for this sketchy striking defense, right? Whereas we know Santos is scary fast. So what we're going to do now, probably watch one more fight on Santos, and then I think we will have seen enough here. We've already watched his fight on against Blachowicz. Let's watch his fight against Glover. And by the time we watch that, we should have a pretty good idea of his takedown defense, pretty good idea of how dangerous he looks standing. And, Rakic hasn't really shown us much offensive wrestling, right? Because he's big at 6'4", big, stiff. It will be difficult for him to generate enough drive to get in deep on the hips of someone like Santos that does do a very good job of showing strong hips and stuffing that initial takedown. Santos is one of these guys that's got really good initial takedown defense. A little bit like Mayra Bueno Silva, actually. Really, really good initial takedown defense. Does a good job of showing strong hips and shutting that takedown down at stage 1. But as soon as you drive through and use any train wrestling on a guy like Santos, that's when he does tend to give up the takedowns. So, haven't really seen that side to Rakic's grappling, right? Smith kept pulling guard. Rakic's takedown entries against Oezdemir looked a bit stiff. And again, Ledet has got no takedown defense. This was a stand-up fight. These were stand-up fights. So it's tough, man. Alright, let's get this next one going. Have I put the link in everywhere? I think I have. Yeah, alright. Let's get it going then, guys. Brett Landfeld is saying the Sterling walks around at 165 to 170, which could be why the weight, which would mean he'd have a tough weight cut, which could be why the gas tank is sketchy. That's a good point, man. Sterling is huge, right? Although it does look like the stats on Tapology are a little bit off, because it says that Jan's 5'7" and also Sterling's 5'7", which seems a bit weird to me because Jan's got that smaller compact frame, whereas Sterling seems to fight really long, right? Didn't realise both guys would be the same height. I just assumed Sterling would be bigger. So anyway, let's sync up this next one. What's up, Frog Neptune, mate? Let's get this next fight going. And then we'll be done, man. I need some food. I'm fucking starving. But then I'll take about an hour off. Hour and a half. Something like that. Hour and 30 minutes to grab some food. And then I'm going to come back and we'll do another fight. And hopefully dig up some bets. I'm not sure what I'm going to do about Adesanya yet. I am super tempted. But with him being a big favourite, I need to feel really sure. And if he really is serious about weighing in at 193, that would be a massive concern for me. So with Izzy, I'm probably going to go and look at that interview with Ariel Helwani to kind of see if he had a little twinkle in his eye, if he was joking or not. If I don't think he's joking, I'll wait until weigh-in day to see what happens. Because I agree with what JB said. You know, if Izzy's going to come in really light, then, you know, Blachowicz's weight and physicality may just enable him to walk through anything Izzy throws at him. And that's where Izzy may really struggle to deal with Blachowicz's blitzing attacks, because, you know, with it being a smaller cage, there's not enough room for Izzy to kind of circle around in and play the role of Matador in. And so if Izzy can't get respect from Yan because he just doesn't have the power in his hands to hurt Yang, 'cause he's not big enough, and we just start seeing Yang coming forward with reckless abandon, that's when Izzy could be in some trouble. But I would be amazed if Izzy weighed in at 193 with how bad he looks weighing in at 185 or 185. You know, it would be a bit of a shocker to me, man. So anyway, let's get this next fight going. Starts at 3 minutes and 12 seconds. Let's get going in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Let's go, guys. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go, guys. So we know. Look at this difference in speed, though, right? Look at how fast Santos can cover distance and throw that left hand out there. You know, Rakic is a very good kickboxer. He reads his opponent very well. But, you know, one little mistake, he fights with his hands down low. One little mistake, and Santos can easily catch him. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. And what I do notice about Santos is... right. I was just about to pay Santos a really big compliment, because on the initial takedown entry, that Glover shot, Santos did a really good job of digging an underhook on the right side, clearing his legs and getting his back off the cage. But then as soon as Glover dropped down and got in on the legs of Santos, instead of trying to clear his legs and defend the takedown with underhooks, Santos continued to throw strikes, and that just enabled Glover to get in on his legs and get a hold of this body lock here, which is why, you know, he was able to take Santos down, and it gets mounted. So this fight's impossible to bet, man. This fight is impossible to bet, because when you look at Rakic, you know, he's going to have a big advantage on the ground. Santos' takedown offense is sketchy. You know what? It's not just the fact that Santos' takedown defense is sketchy. It's his fight IQ. Because his takedown offense is not actually that bad. Like we were saying, when you first shoot in on Santos, he does a really good job of clearing his hips, clearing his legs, getting those underhooks in play. But he gets complacent. He's a little bit like Alex Caceres, and a little bit like Mayra Bueno Silva, to be fair. You know, they're very, very good at stuffing that initial takedown, but then they get complacent, start throwing strikes, you know, in positions where they should be focused on defending the takedown, and that just enables their opponent to drive through and get in on their legs and upset their balance when they're more focused on throwing strikes. And we saw it there. You know, when Thiago Santos focused on stuffing that initial takedown entry, Glover didn't get near it. It was only when Santos stopped defending the takedown to throw strikes that he got put on his back. And so that's a huge weakness that Rakic may be able to exploit. Don't think it'll be easy for him to exploit, because he's quite stiff and long and tall, so it's not going to be easy to get in on the hips and legs of Santos. Having said that, Rakic does have very long arms, which will make it easier for him to connect his hands around Santos' smaller body and get the body lock, which could help him drag Santos to the ground. But, you know, that's one area the Rakic can cause Santos big trouble. However, Rakic, a little bit reckless, fights with his hands down low, chin up high, and with how fast Santos can cover distance, you know, you could easily see him catching Rakic with something big. So this is one of those fights I just don't want to bet it, because I think both guys have got big weaknesses that the other can exploit, and so for me, it's really hard to find a strong position on either side. I think this is an easy pass. But as we wrap this session up, guys, as we wrap it up, we covered 2 big fights in this stream. Let me know what you think about these fights, guys. Are you betting Adesanya? Are you betting Blachowicz? Or are you betting Rakic? Or are you betting Santos? Let us know, guys. Let us know. Are you betting these fights? I'm really interested to know. Let us know if you're betting these. Let us know, guys. And we'll probably wrap this one up now. I'll go grab some food, recharge my batteries, and then I'll come back in a bit. And hopefully we'll be able to dig up some bets later on. It's mad, right, JB? It's crazy, mate. To be honest, though, it's a really clear-cut one for me. I honestly think if this fight stays standing, Rakic could be in trouble. Just because with how hard Santos hits and how fast he is, I just don't see Rakic being able to stay out of trouble for a whole 15 minutes in a stand-up fight. Like, at some point, you'd think Santos is going to catch him. You know what I mean? I can't see Rakic, avoiding Santos' power punches for 15 minutes unless he's able to get the fight to the ground. Aldo Estrada is betting on Rogerio Bontorin, Kyler Phillips, Amanda Nunes, Jan Blachowicz, and Peter Yan. Harvey Dickens is saying, I'm tempted to bet Adesanya, but I'm worried about Blachowicz's power. Me too, dude. Me too. Will A is saying, what are your thoughts on Aldo? Oh, okay, we've covered that. Artem, I'll paste the link for Twitch into YouTube, mate. Give me 2 secs. Yeah, we'll be back on Twitch later on, guys. I can't live stream very often on YouTube because their copyright algorithm is aggressive, man. And you can get banned really easily live streaming on YouTube. So when we live stream on Twitch, it's just way better. We can watch like highlights. We can watch, we can watch weigh-in footage. We can watch fights from outside the UFC. We can't do any of that on YouTube, so you just get shut down. So let's get this next one going. Round 2 starts in 9 minutes and 21 seconds. Starts at 9 minutes and 21 seconds. Let's get it going, guys. 9 minutes 21. Let's get it going in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Taz is taking the over 2.5 rounds on Izzy Blachowicz and over 1.5 rounds on Nunes. Do you know what, man? If I felt confident that Izzy would use the same strategy that he used against Romero, I would be all over those over 2.5 rounds in that fight, mate. I'm just not sure. I'm not sure. So here, Glover shoots. He gets it easily. He gets it easily. Santos' takedown offense definitely sketchy, right? For that reason, I can see why Rakic is the favourite. The only problem is we haven't seen any of Rakic's offensive wrestling, really. And I know that there's none from his fights before the UFC because, back then he was a pure kickboxer. I actually remember when I first researched Rakic for his debut against Francimar Barroso, one of the reasons why I didn't bet Rakic was because we didn't really have any evidence for his takedown defense or ground game. So obviously it's improved loads at ATT and it looks really good, but still haven't really seen any of his offensive wrestling. And Santos looking super weak off his back here. Not making any effort to clear his legs out from underneath Glover and try and work back up to his feet. Mount is there all day for Glover here. Mount is there all day. But Glover taking his time, staying patient, and not wanting to give Santos an opportunity to scramble back up to his feet on an aggressive mount take. But you can see Santos doesn't have any control of that right leg of Glover. Mount is there all day for Glover if he wants it. But, half guard's a safer position, right? This is where Glover shows his fight IQ. When you advance the mount, you give your opponent a small window of opportunity to, create a scramble and explode back up to their feet. When you just are about to take that mount position, whereas from half guard you can pin down, the right leg of your opponent. You can use, that right leg as an anchor, to stay heavy from top position, and so it's much easier to maintain top position from half guard than the mount. And that's where Glover shows his experience, right? A less experienced grappler, you know, would rush into mount and potentially get reversed from mount or lose top position altogether. Whereas Glover's happy to just stay from half guard, chip away at Santos, wear him down until he's confident that the Santos is going to be too worn out to generate enough energy off his back to scramble from the bottom and escape mount. But to be fair, Glover did take mount there, but Santos did a really good job of recovering half guard, and Glover's quite happy to let him have it. By the look of it, Glover's quite happy to stay here from half guard. London Boy saying Izzy was serious about 193. That's crazy, man. That is crazy. Could you guys drop, if you guys have recently been watching the interview, could you drop it into the public chat for me so I can watch it while I'm having some food? If you've just been watching it and it's easy for you to find, let me know, guys. If not, I'll go digging for it. If not, was it on the MMA? No, it wouldn't be MMA hour. Was it on Ariel Helwani's MMA show? Is that where the interview was? And we're seeing Santos super weak here. Boys, I think we're done, man. I think we're done, boys. I think we are done. I think we're done. No need to see any more here. I'm definitely passing on Rakic Santos. I need to do a little bit more research on this shit Izzy's talking about, weighing in at 193. So thanks everyone for watching. Like and subscribe if you haven't already, and check me out on Twitch if you want to jump into some fight research with us later on. I would very much appreciate it. And what is up, Bob? How you doing, Bob? Good to see you, Bob, mate. Thanks a lot, man. Bob is saying, just want to say big thank you for making me a better gambler. I'm so much more confident live betting now because of this breakdown and live streams. They are absolute gold. Thank you. Nice one for the kind words, Bob. Thanks a lot, mate. And I'll respond to your YouTube comment as well. I know you left me a really nice comment, mate. So thanks a lot, Bob. But that is going to be it. Thank you, everyone, for watching. Nice one, guys. JB, I'll see you in a bit, dude. We're going to do Brady Matthews later on, man. Take care, everyone. Love you all. Have a great night. Nice one, Aldo. Nice one, London Boy. Nice one, Taz. I'll see you all later.